Hmm.
At Marshalls, our buyers hustle 24/7, so you never have to compromise on quality or price. Securing the must-haves of the season this season.
#1 for innovation. Again. The only school to hold the top spot since the category was created. If you have the drive and determination, you'll be right at home here, where the tech is cutting edge. Researchers break new ground, fueling the economy. And our students are future ready.
Okay. I think I fixed it. Hello, hello, hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Super spicy.
Xavier, honey, I appreciate that you have an innate ability to fall asleep anywhere. But let's not giraffe it, shall we? Oh, poor Xaviekins. But hi, everybody. Hi, Kara. Hi, Melissa. And Ms. and Frost and King. Let's see, who else are we having here? I see Kat. I see Dicto. Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Xavier is our sleepy little king. I was feeling very hipster today when I dressed him. And he also just looks amazing in this outfit to me. And thanks to Lucio, I now have a thing for Xavier in glasses. I don't. I may never recover. Him and Zayne in glasses now. I mean, just, oh, Zayne in the gilded glasses. That book talk, Lucio. Mr. Clasp. And then there was the, y'all, I don't know if you've seen the short for Zayne in, where he's in the academy outfit and the glasses. Huge shout out to Laquan for that suggestion, but I am absolutely now living my my K-drama class president fantasy, and I'm afraid that Zayne and I need to go have a conversation in the student council room. God, it was good. It was a nice recovery after King absolutely traumatized me by being like, you know what we should do? We should take God of Annihilation and put Dawnbreaker in it, because those memories aren't already tragic enough. Let's just add another thematic layer on top of it to really drive the knife home. Oh, I love my people, even when they hurt me. I listened to that short and I was like, is that Zayne crying or is that me? Or is it both? Oh, God.
Red.
It was a unique,
Spicy.
it was a moment, y'all. It was a moment. I do love you. I love Mama loves all of her children, even when they're being a little naughty. Looking at you, King. But I do have a couple of announcements and a couple of thank yous I want to give. For those of you who may not have been able to make the stream yesterday for Lucio, I've reached affiliate status on Twitch because of all of you, and I'm super grateful, and I just wanted to thank you for that. So thank you. Thank you for the follows and the subscribes and everything. This has been wild. It's been an absolute joy finding my people who don't mind that I'm absolutely batshit crazy. I'm just used to Nikki being like, yes, pet mama pet. You're good. So thank you for appreciating my humor and the fact that I'm out of my goddamn mind. And thank you for joining me on this journey for overthinking otome games and simping way too hard for fictional men. But let's be real, IRL men aren't doing so great right now. Fictional men can never. They really couldn't. Fictional men just, they just can't go wrong with fictional men. You just can't. You just can't. I need a Sai in my life. I need a Caleb in my life. I need Mr. Class President to scold me. So yes, thank you to everyone. And the one shameless plug I will do today, because I can't not shout out my bestie as much as possible, because she amazes me every day. Look what my bestie made, y'all. These are the new designs in our store. If you haven't checked out our merch store, there's a link in my bio on YouTube as well as Twitch. My bestie, Nikki, does amazing things in Canva. But look at these. They're so good. These are our new state park series. And they're awesome. Of course, King, of course you bought the Caleb one. And I know somebody already bought the Mount Eternal. Because there was no way we weren't going to do a Mount Eternal shirt or a Shadow Mountain shirt. It just was not going to happen, y'all. Oops. But yes, so this is my shameless plug that Nikki makes amazing things in Canva, and I have way too many dirty jokes, and thus the State Park series was born. So if you haven't checked them out, please do. As always, there is no pressure to buy. This is just letting you know it's there. And I just more want to go, hey, oh my God, she designed this. Look at it. It's so cool. Hee hee. That's what this is. Okay. That was my shameless plug for the moment. Hee hee. Hee hee. We're going to reach the peak of the mountain, the tip of the mountain. Right, Melissa? I mean, yes, I would be more concerned if I wasn't a little cray-cray. So, you know, that's just how this rolls. Really? Oh, Frost, are you the one that got the Mountain Eternal shirt? I can't wait for you to see that. And of course, there's more than shirts. You could do like mugs and stuff. But it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Okay, today is Xavier's day. Oh my God, lads, Boy Scouts. Ms. No. Oh God, I could see them in a troop. No, I'm gonna stop her. I'm gonna start writing fan fiction right now. But yes, so today is Xavier's day. We finished Rafayel's chapter last week, and we've done Zayne's, so we are officially closing out the prologue to tomorrow arc of the main story. And once again, we have got another chapter that is loaded with lots of lore. We get to see the progression in Xavier and MC's relationship. We also get to see a bit more of Xavier's motivation. This will be more in, I would classify Xavier's chapter more in Zayne's arc, in that this is going to get a little angsty, y'all. There was some angst with Rafayel, but his is more of a fun romp, and then you got the kitty moment. Like, his is a little lighthearted. And then they go angst, and then we're back to the lightheartedness. Xavier and Zayne, however, can't help themselves, and they were like, we're gonna be a little angsty, if you don't mind. Pardon me, excuse me. Let me just sit right here and plop my angst right down. This also comes with a 5-star card that dropped when the event did this, and that is Voyage of the Outcast. And again, Xavier just has some of the prettiest aesthetics in this game. He really does. Oh, Thin Mints. I would love some Thin Mints, Nikki. Could you just, like, send them my way? I have an unhealthy addiction to Thin Mints and, Samoas? I think it's Samoas. Which, side note, if you're not, if you are in my audience and you are not American, y'all, it is Girl Scout cookie season. And if you have never heard of an American talk about that, that's essentially the Girl Scouts, who are a group of young girls who are more like a cartel that show up once a year with their cookies, and we all, like addicts, proceed to crawl our way to their tables and buy way too many boxes of those cookies. Now the cookies go, to be fair, the sales of the cookies go to support the troops, the Girl Scout troops, for their little thing. But mostly it's all of us trying to buy as many Thin Mints as possible, and Samoas and some of their other ones. But nobody cares about the other ones. I'm gonna be blunt. I'm like, I know there's some other cookies. Meh. The lemon cookies are good. The lemon cookies are good. Samoas are the ones that are chocolate and caramel and coconut. And then the Thin Mints are classically chocolate and mint, and they're ridiculously good. But the season is here. The season is here. So it's a little dangerous. In my day, back in my day when I was a Girl Scout, we would go door to door in our neighborhoods hawking these boxes of cookies. Now they've gotten strategic and set up in front of grocery stores. Like, y'all are gonna have to pass us twice to go into the grocery store and to come out of the grocery store. So if you got willpower going in, you might not have willpower going out. And my dad was so cute when I first started, and my dad would buy boxes out the gate for me, so that I would have some sales on the record, and then he would be the one who would take me door to door in the neighborhood. One, because my dad was like, I'm not gonna let my little girl go wandering around a neighborhood, so there's me in my little Girl Scout uniform being like, hi! And there's my 6'4" dad behind me. with his dark sunglasses that made him look like he worked for The Office. Like, it was really funny. But yeah, my dad is so fun. He looks like a giant grizzly Kodiak bear, and to me, he's a marshmallow. I have been told he's not a marshmallow to other people, but to me, my daddy is a teddy bear and a marshmallow, and he's lovely. He just looks scary and has a big voice. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Thank you, Nikki, for confirming in the chat that my dad is a marshmallow. But yes, okay. So let's get into this. I am really excited to share this chapter with y'all. I don't know how many of you have already experienced this chapter. As always, I'm going to do my best to make sure that we let the cutscenes play without me talking so that we can enjoy them. And if there's unvoiced parts, I will read them aloud. That way, if any of you are listening to this while at work or doing chores around the house, you can still get the full experience, well, as much of the experience as possible without having to look at the screen. Y'all are crazy. Okay, let's do this. As always, y'all, remember, snacks are important, drinks are important. Because I'm going to need to hydrate a lot on this stream. And if you hear a howling in the background, that's just my cat being dramatic. I promise he is not being tortured. He thinks he is because he only got one Truru today for his claws being trimmed. And now he's staging revolt because he believes he's earned more than one. But I promise you, he is not being tortured. Just like me, he's a little dramatic. But we love him. Okay, Voyage Outcast. Number 1, here we go. Let us kick it off. And I will turn the game up now. After some investigation, combined with a vague hunch, I've identified a highly suspicious wanderer. Andrew is tracking it, but it's been several days since I got a response. This lull allows me to test the new gear Simone modified for me before the next mission. The only problem is that my partner, who promised to join me for this trial, is late, as usual.
10 rings! The training session is over now!
That's Simone for you. She can turn even the simplest sidearm into something extraordinary. I switch on the safety and put away my gun. My gaze drifts to the empty lane beside me. Looks like Xavier, king of tardiness, didn't get the chance to try out the new gear first.
But at least I have the luck of a partner who's always thinking about me.
The door to the shooting range opened without me noticing. Xavier leans against the doorframe and smiles.
I got caught up following a new lead. I didn't have time to tell you.
Is it about the case you've been digging into? You've been really mysterious about it. Timed you filled me in. He raises the cup in his hand as he speaks.
Let's talk over a cup of coffee first. I'll tell you everything then.
I follow Xavier to the training room lounge area. I grab the cup of coffee he offers me. I cautiously take a small sip. It's a little hot and sort of weak, but it's still decent. Does anybody's workplace actually have decent coffee? Asking as a tea drinker, because I always hear my coworkers complaining, no matter where I'm working, about coffee at the office. Does anybody know how to make decent coffee at a workplace? Is that just a part of being a coffee drinker? You just accept this about your workplace environment, that the coffee is crap.
The coffee machine did all the work. I just put in the beans and provided the cup.
It sounds like you didn't do much, but the coffee isn't bad. Hearing this, Xavier chuckles. So your investigation is coffee related?
Certain people were smuggling painted protocore fragments in the coffee beans. I had to attend as a judge at the coffee contest. I figured that with all the effort they put in, there would be a clue about the ether cores. But all we got were some modified, regular protocores.
Why don't I believe him? That sounds a little... They were smuggling in coffee beans. Really? Really? Oh, I thought... I pause and my gaze falls into the cup in my hand.
What is it?
Since joining Special Operations, Xavier and I busied ourselves with tracking down leads on the Aether Cores. But I always had a feeling that he was carrying out this secret mission even long before he joined. I also think it's connected to Xavier's other secrets, but this isn't the right time to delve into them. I hold myself back from saying, I thought you'd know something related to the Aether Cores' whereabouts. I thought you had more solid leads than Simone and I.
Oh, I figured you'd ask something more probing.
How so? As if reading my mind, Xavier gives me a chance to steer the direction of this conversation. You're absolutely right, Viz. It sounds like something Sylus would say now that he's about how he's a fruit vendor. What are we doing? We're smuggling protocores in the dragon fruit. But when Xavier lowers his head in response to my question, it almost seems like he's slightly upset.
Isn't there anything you genuinely want to ask?
Despite everything we've been through so far, I've never really pressed Xavier about his connection to the Aether Cores. In that case, our options are, how much do you know about the Aether Cores, or have you been tracking down Aether Cores before this? I'm gonna go with this one. I think I always choose the top when I play, so I'll try the bottom for once. Have you been tracking down Aether Cores before this? Because of my circumstances, I need to keep walking down this path, but what about you?
I'm in the same boat as you. Maybe the only difference is that I knew what the future would entail before I chose this path. And that very future is why I must continue to forge ahead.
Noticing my thoughtful expression, he smiles and gently smooths the furrow between my brows.
I know. You aren't satisfied with my answer.
No one would be satisfied with your answer.
There are some truths you have to see and decide for yourself.
Xavier's hunter's watch, as well as mine, beep at the same time as he finishes speaking.
The wanderer you identified earlier, the one associated with the beta protocurve energy, is confirmed to be related to the Aether Cores. The detailed information has been synchronized with your device's data log. Get ready to head out. This wanderer will also be difficult to deal with. Should I ask Simone to assist you?
That won't be necessary. My best mission partner is back. The call ends. I raise an eyebrow at Xavier. I should witness the truths and answers I'm after for myself, but that doesn't mean I have to do it alone. One last question. I'd like to know if my partner is willing to fight alongside me for this, and whether or not it's just for today.
I believe this answer will meet your expectations. I'll always be with you, beyond just today.
So I want to talk a minute about that line that he says. The difference between you and I is that I knew where this was going. I knew what the future would entail. It's such a loaded line from Xavier. We know that he's from the distant I mean, he's from the distant future. They came back through the deep space tunnel. They're doing their thing. And you could take this in a couple of layers. One, it's a comment on MC's memory, because she doesn't remember anything at all at this point in Xavier's arc. She has no idea about their connection in past iterations. She has no idea who she is, what the Aether Core is involving, what hunting down the Aether Core could mean for her, and everything that's moving forward. But also because of Xavier's relationship with time. He is very involved in time as the person out of time. And as a reminder, he is the only love interest at this point who has met multiple iterations of MC in a singular lifetime. He has not died yet at all. He is over 200 years old, and at this point, he has met met 3 iterations of MC. He met the sickly girl that he wanted to watch the meteor shower with, that he fell in love with. He met the version of her that he left back on Philos to be queen, and he has met this version of MC. And he has not died in between. He has retained all memories during this time. He did, now to be fair, we do learn in his Dark Knight myth that there was some death, but it took him back in time to relive all 3 iterations of her. So he's kind of done this twice. King, it is always you for a lot of reasons, and you know why it's always you. Do we need to do a presentation? Would you like a keynote address? Why it's always King. Slide 1. Also to those of you in my Twitch chat, there is an ad break starting in the next 4 seconds. Don't worry, I will not start until you come back. For those of you who are subscribed to me in Twitch, one of the perks is that you don't have to deal with ad breaks. So you'll be staying with me while the others who are there or who are following are doing their ad break. But that gives us some more time to have a discussion while we wait for them to come back. And then I've got a question from Kara Ann. I just want to ask, have you seen the trailer for Xavier that came out at the beginning when the game first came out? I have not, Kara, actually. I have not seen the original trailer. So the game originally came out in January of the year before last? Yes. Yeah, year before last. So 2024, I think, if I'm getting my dates right. The game came out January 2024. I started playing November of 2024, which is why I'm still missing some of the original, the first round of several cards, several memories in the game. And it's also why my Sylus collection is not complete. But I made sure to fix that when Caleb dropped. I have all of his cards. So no, I did not see the original trailer from then. But I can definitely, I'm curious, was there something in there? Oh, I might have to go look that up now. Well, not right now, but later after the stream. But I think it is. But he says something that was very interesting and also very concerning. Okay, hold on. I need a post-it note. I am going to make a note to myself to go look up some of the earlier trailers. And I can look up Xavier. Trails. Okay. I'll have to watch that because I'm intrigued to see what he says. If there's anything, if I think anything is related to his in revealing some of his mythology. But okay, I think some of my okay, cool. The ad break is ended. Yay. But yes, so that's a really loaded line from Xavier because of the fact that he legitimately possesses far more information about MC, has seen her multiple times in a singular life space. And I am curious if there are other iterations that we have not discussed yet or been shown for Xavier. And there's a reason why I asked that. When we get to that, I'll point it out why I'm like, I think there's another iteration that he's met of her. But I'm not 100% certain, and I'd love to hear all of your thoughts on this when we get to that. So I'll highlight it when we get to that scene in the main story where I'm like, I think this implies that he's met her more than just the 3 that we know about. Hi, Melissa. Welcome back. Okay. I will pause my yapping and my internal thoughts. Let us move to number 2. The Commission. Lately, several students at the Prestara University have disappeared after being attacked by the same wanderer, only to mysteriously reappear on campus a few days later. Although these students returned unscathed, they have no memory of what happened while they were missing. Xavier girlies, get ready. We're about to have Academy level Xavier. It's gonna be good. Look at him! Look at our little Xavier-kins with his Academy uniform and glasses. He looks so studious. Makes you want to grab him by the tie and mess him up a little bit. Seriously, something about a tie. I can see how you see like he looks like a high schooler. He just looks like a really bougie, I attend an academy kind of look to me. Yeah. No, I'm getting whacked. It's not my fault. He's the one wearing a tie. He has such a baby face. It's very true. But he's the one who just screams mess me up a little. I am merely responding the way the game wants me to. No! I will never stop simping. You can pry my simping from my cold dead hands. I will go down on this ship and maybe on Xavier, but I will not give it up. Anyway, enough about me wanting to rip the buttons on his sweater. Moving right along. A hand reaches over, turns off the interface of my hunter's watch, and adjusts my cuff before pulling away.
If you keep staring at it, everyone will soon figure out we're hunters.
Yes, scold me more. I lower my arm and glance at Xavier, who's walking next to me. Hi, Loxy! You're right, Xavier, my astronomy buddy. Oh, quick, let's go to the astronomy lab so you can make me see stars. Okay, I'm good. I promise, I'm fine. The warm autumn sun peeks from behind the leaves. It casts dappled light onto the corner of his mouth.
That sounds a little staged. You're my journalism schoolmate, remember?
3 days ago, the wanderer that Andrew tracked used the beta protocurve showed up at Prestara University. Considering the recent student disappearances at the university, the association has assigned us the mission to eliminate this wanderer. To prevent any unnecessary panic, Xavier and I are pretending to be students. With the university's help, we'll be conducting interviews with the attacked students under the guise of a campus TV station.
You're walking too fast.
My wrist is gently pulled, bringing me back to the moment. I realize I've been rushing. This is the pace I'm used to when I'm on a mission. I look around and purposely slow down. But we finally find a wanderer that's connected to the Aether cores. I would rather move quickly to prevent any problems from happening.
You seem eager.
Aren't you? Xavier adjusts my backpack strap as it starts to slip.
Information about the Aether cores is always shrouded in secrecy. Out of 100 leads, one might get you somewhere at best. This lead seems unusually straightforward.
I love how he is spending this entire conversation just gently correcting her. Just like, slow down, fix the strap, calm down. This is a check-in, making to hydrate, like, yes. Xavier's taking good care of his baby. It's almost as if it's been set up for us to find. Is that what you want to say?
It's just a guess.
You might be right, but with the lead right before our eyes, I can't shake the feeling that we need to check it out ourselves.
Yeah, you really are the powerful and impressive evolver everyone's been talking about. But before we meet those students, our first job is to act as students.
I.e., girl, we are undercover and you are blowing it horribly. And we say Xavier's a bad liar. As we talk, we end up walking down a tree-lined path and arrive at a bustling square. Around us, numerous sleek, temporary booths are set up. Students are excitedly weaving through them.
Prestara University Club Recruitment.
There are so many people. Let's take a different route. It's almost time for our scheduled interview, and it wouldn't look good on us if we were late.
Yeah, it'll take a while. But how about we use this opportunity to relive our student days for a bit?
How are we going to do that? I just casually looked up at my Twitch chat and all I see is Loxy going, just a girl and her 5 boyfriends on a leash. What happened? First off, we all know that if Xavier does not need a leash. What is happening? Oh, kids. Yeah, no, Xavier would... Look, if Xavier was reverted to a chibi Xavier, he would not be one of the kids with a backpack leash. He would absolutely just be clinging to MC. He's too tired to do all that walking. Y'all, the Twitch chat is just wild. Like... There are 2 wolves. There are 2 wolves in my chat. I have my Twitch chat, which is absolutely eccentric and wild, and then I've got my stable, responsible, good people over in YouTube, and I appreciate you. I feel like this is the naughty room, and this is the room with my good children. Oh, God. Yes, Frost, you have been very good. You have been very good. You're the poor class president of the naughty room. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm Zayne. You are, darling. You are. You're the class president of the naughty room. I'm really sorry. And this is the one that looks really sweet on the outside, but then keeps causing shenanigans. She keeps instigating. I just asked a simple question. I had no idea King would take it and run. Loxy, I don't feel like you're innocent. I think you're just hiding behind King. Oh, Lord. See, I have Kara, Ann, and Melissa over here, and my other lurkers in my YouTube chat. Look, they're very cool. They're having lovely conversations about cats. They're just listening to me go through this. They're supporting me in my time of need. Y'all have interests and hobbies over in Twitch. You have... I contain multitudes, and so does my chat. Oh my God. Y'all are wild. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes. We were here with Daddy Zayne scolding his baby for not properly doing undercover. Xavier stares at me. Then he fixes my hair and takes off his non-prescription glasses. Oh Lord, did I say Zayne or Xavier? I meant Xavier. There's a lot of Zayne happening in the Twitch chat. Xavier. And he puts the glasses on his face.
Much better.
Apparently, my brain is all over the place. That's where my brain is, Nikki. Does this make me look more like a student?
It just looks nice.
Hi, are you a freshman this year? You seem perfect for the lead role in our film club's latest project. Are you interested?
While the club member looks down to find the registration form, a corner of Xavier's mouth slightly curls up.
What did I say?
I feel like Xavier was throwing his teammate under the bus, but this trick surprisingly works. By the time we arrive at our scheduled interview spot, I'm completely in student mode.
Hello, I'm the student council's vice president. So, I was told you guys were hunters.
The tall, lanky boy gives a slightly uneasy smile. His head is sinking lower as he speaks.
The students who disappeared earlier are waiting in the classroom. They only know it's for a campus TV interview.
Sorry, could you repeat what you just said?
I mean, just keep the questions simple and try not to scare anyone. After all, they've all had encounters with the Wanderer. Let's make sure we don't add to their trauma.
I have a hard time believing a vice president would be this shy and socially awkward, is all I'm saying. Like, if you're going into student council and doing that stuff, you gotta... You got to interact with people and know how to communicate. Now, he could be traumatized, but it's just a little sus is all I'm saying. Just a little suspicious. Understood. We'll be careful. Granted, he could be just masking when he has to perform as a vice president behind doors. He's just very shy and awkward. Also, he could just be intimidated that he's got two hunters in front of him. But in general, you need to have a presence. Yeah, Melissa, you need to have a presence to like stand in front of people, do those duties, and especially since it's very interesting to see how student councils are portrayed in Asian media versus what I know of them over in American world and how our student councils work. Yeah, no, dude, I remember us being in student government. I hated every second of it. Student government in an American school makes you realize why some people go, you know, dictators sound like a good idea right about now. Like... like... Oh, those... So many cats to wrangle, so many different personalities, with so many different priorities about what they wanted, what they thought it should be, or how it should be done, and then you had the adults to contend with, and, you know, you just start thinking, if I was a dictator, I could solve this problem in 5 minutes. Oh God, yes. I remember you being the commissioner and making me do stuff on stage. I absolutely remember our Rocky Horror events, and I will... we had a Rocky, side note, tangent. In college, we had a Rocky Horror Picture Show event on campus that Nikki was leading. And Nikki and I were both on the events team putting it together, all the logistics and stuff. And she ran as the, on the day of the event, she was the head honcho. She was your DJ, she was your announcer, she was the ringleader on stage. And for those of you who have never participated in Rocky Horror Picture Show, this is a interaction, like highly interactive event with the movie. You're not sitting there and being quiet. There are songs, there are dances, there are shout outs and callback lines and a whole bunch of stuff. And it comes to the point where we have to do the time warp again. And we pause the film, and Nikki knew that this was my first Rocky Horror Picture Show, and she purposely asked the audience they were like, okay, cool. So who's a first timer here? Who's a Rocky Horror Picture Show virgin? And I kept my mouth shut. I'm on the events team. This does not apply to me. I'm just gonna stay right here. And of course, these innocent people in college raise their hands thinking, oh, this is just a fun question. And Nikki's like, gotcha, bitch. And had people bring these poor people to the stage where the film was being shown. And then next thing I know, there's Nikki going, hey girl, and then I'm getting yanked from the shadows, thrown onto the stage, and my completely like, no, I don't do things in public. I prefer the shadows. I was screaming internally in terror, and she's like, you're gonna do this. And I was like, no. And she went, yeah. And next thing I know, I'm forced to do the time warp with a bunch of strangers in front of everybody. And it was a very traumatizing experience for me. There's a reason why I'm a PFG tuber and not a VTuber. I'm actually really shy in life. Like, I'm extroverted with my friends, but with strangers, not so much. Oh God, I was just absolutely like, what am I doing? I can't dance. I have no rhythm. What is this? And Nikki was having the time of her life and enjoying my suffering, as any best friend should. So I don't trust Nikki when she plays DJ and ringleader, and I now need to like exit the room because I don't trust her not to do that shit to me again. And sometimes I make it out, and sometimes I get caught up in her shenanigans because I didn't move fast enough. But to be fair, I get her back. If you all wonder why I enjoy showing her the idol banner, it's for that. This is for Rocky Horror, bitch. Watch Badass Trigger one more time. It's the small petty revenges that get you through in life with your best friends. But yes, I'm very extroverted with my friends and my family, but when I'm with complete strangers, I'm like, nope. Badass picture show. But yes, that's why I turned it into a Clockwork Orange, and I was like, you will watch this body roll. Look at the hip thrust. Oh, God. And it's really funny because actually the truth of the matter is Nikki is far more introverted than me in real life, but she turns on her switch when she needs to. And it's great because she'll crash afterwards, and suddenly I have a lap full of Nikki being like, oh my God, there were people. I was like, I know, baby, you did okay. You did good. You did good. You did good, honey. You made it through. I'm very proud of you. And you didn't murder anybody. You did. You tried really hard, Nikki. You did really good. And you're going to have to go in front of people again this week. And I will be there to hold your hand and hold up inappropriate cheering signs in the back. We're going to make it through the presentation, Nikki. Okay. I know. She does. Y'all, Nikki has to give a presentation this week for like 45 minutes, ranting about kids and gaming and screen time and stuff. Like, she gets to be professional, and she hates public speaking. She's like, Mama. I was like, I'll come. I'll be there. I'll sit in the back. I'll make you giggle. It'll be fine. It'll be great. Oh, poor Nikki. We do. Nikki and I have been together for a very long time as best friends. We've known each other since college, so it's a couple of decades at this point. And I'm not going anywhere, bitch, and neither is she. We know too much about each other. I'm afraid it's a mutual assured destruction at this point. So, if I go, she goes. Bitch, I'm not leaving you behind. You know too many things. You'll tell too many things. I don't trust your eulogy. We'll just Thelma and Louise it off the cliff. It's fine. Okay, next bit. Number 3. Back to Xavier. As we enter the classroom, several pairs of curious, wary eyes quickly focus on us. I clear my throat and offer a genuinely friendly smile. Hi, I'm a broadcast journalism major and a member of the campus television station. This is my partner. Xavier steps forward but doesn't speak, which prompts me to continue. He's the one who will handle the microphone and camera. He's an astronomy major. Our simple introduction doesn't achieve the effect we wanted. Perhaps the Wanderer did give them quite a scare. They scrutinize us warily, but no one responds.
Hi,
A bag full of drinks appears from behind the door. The person holding it hesitates, struggling to gesture a couple of times. I take the bag. The vice president shyly smiles, then silently moves to sit by the classroom's back door. He's definitely an introvert. Cooperating with us on the university's behalf must be tough for him. When I distribute the drinks with Xavier, the classroom's tense atmosphere begins to soften. As I try to come up with an appropriate icebreaker, Xavier nudges my elbow.
Oh, right. Didn't we meet up downstairs this morning?
Hmm? I'm confused, so I manage only a grunt in response.
I think I forgot to check in for my morning class.
You're an astronomy major. Aren't you taking Dr. Ulysses' course?
It takes me a moment to realize that Xavier's somber tone doesn't match his hopeful eyes. As I move the chair, I lean in close to Xavier's ear. Did you do your research ahead of time?
I just threw out a question and didn't expect it to go anywhere.
Straightening his posture, Xavier smiles and looks at the student who responds to his question earlier.
Yeah, his classes are really tough.
The student relaxes as the conversation begins to flow more naturally.
I knew it. When it comes to the strictest professor at Prestara University, no one can beat Dr. Ulysses. But it's not that bad. While he's strict in class, he's pretty chill on the basketball court when classes are over. Actually, I missed one of Dr. Ulysses' meetings because of that Wanderer incident. Thanks for reminding me. I need to catch up with him later.
You're welcome.
Xavier adjusts his position and gives me a knowing look. Seeing Xavier's cue, I quietly switch on the recorder and casually throw out a question. Besides missing out on that meeting, can you tell us a bit more about what happened after the attack? You can say whatever you want. Don't worry, we won't disclose any personal information. The students exchange looks. They seem resolved to speak.
I'll go first then.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but his eyes seemed to go blank for a moment before he said that.
This is what we call a white hole, a theoretical region of space-time. If we reverse
What are
all
you
the
doing?
symbols in the equation representing the geometry of space-time, then in
Shh,
this
we're not
very
actually
space,
here for the lecture, but we
objects
might
are
as well
no
look the
longer
part.
unable to escape from it.
I slide the
Or
open
rather,
textbook to the center of
they
the
can
desk,
only
line up
escape
my
from it.
notebook and pens, and place a water bottle to the side. Your desk is so neat, it's only a matter of time before the professor notices. According to a student's account, the incident occurred outside the classroom. He was heading to a meeting with a professor. I decided to talk to this professor to see if we could gather any new clues. So, I dragged Xavier with me the next day, and we snuck into his class.
Yeah, it's a perfect disguise. The way you quickly claimed a seat in the back was nice and clean, too.
The back row is the VVVIP section. It has a great view and ambiance, perfect for relaxing, entertainment, and even... Spotting two students in the back row secretly holding hands under their desk, I casually changed the subject. Where did you prefer to sit when you were in school?
I didn't have a particular preference, but I usually sat in the back, too. The sunlight was nice, and the breeze was refreshing.
How comfortable were the desks and chairs?
They were okay.
As our casual chat drifts on, I flip open my notebook and turn my attention back to our mission. Even though we learned a lot of details from talking to the students affected by the attack yesterday, we didn't find anything notable. Those 5 students were either normal people or evolvers. They encountered the Wanderer in various spots. Some were on the tree-lined path, others were in labs, and they woke up in different places afterwards. This Wanderer doesn't seem to be limited to indoor or outdoor spaces. There's no clear pattern to where it shows up.
It's not completely random, though.
Xavier takes the pen from me and draws a few circles on my notebook.
All the incidents happened at night. If that's connected to the Wanderer's behavior, then we can narrow our search. Also, all these students just started college this year.
Does that mean something?
Maybe this Wanderer thinks freshmen are easy targets.
Then it must have access to the university's enrollment system. I flip through the notebook pages again and again, yet nothing clicks. It seems like the Wanderer is targeting the students at random, but I can't believe it's just coincidence.
In this world, many coincidences are often part of a larger scheme. These students are being chosen for a reason. We just haven't figured it out yet.
Some Wanderers do target certain individuals. For example...
You! Over there!
Realizing the sudden silence around me, I look up to see Dr. Ulysses on the podium. He's smiling.
Yes, I'm talking to you, young lady in the back row. Come up here and show everyone what a Morris Thorn wormhole is.
Well, shit. So I think Xavier's living out his best fantasy right now and like reliving his memories with MC about being students together. Like he is enjoying every second of this, and I find it really adorable. Yeah, absolutely busted. I never thought I'd get caught talking in class. For a moment, I'm stunned and I don't know how to respond.
No? Then let's have your friend try. Come along now.
I tug at Xavier's clothes and quickly whisper. Let me do it. If I mess up, I'll just apologize. Xavier reassuringly squeezes my hand, stands up, and confidently walks to the podium. The classroom lights dim, and a holographic projection appears from his fingers. It forms the image of the universe.
In theory, the Morris Thorn wormhole is a traversable wormhole. It is spherically symmetrical and features a throat that bridges 2 black holes. The throat is a finite spherical region containing negative energy density matter to counteract gravitational forces inside the wormhole.
As Xavier speaks in a measured tone, the stars shift under his touch to gradually form a wormhole model. The lights from distant planets flicker before us, and his silhouette seemingly stretches across light years. For a moment I wonder, was Xavier like this back in college?
Correct. The negative energy's repulsive gravitational properties keep the wormhole's throat open, allowing matter or signals to pass through. Time travel becomes possible with this model. For example, the deep space tunnel above us might very well be a giant wormhole. The mysterious deep space signals could then make their way to our distant Earth. Perhaps certain materials, or even other forms of life, can find us through these cosmic channels.
What are you thinking about?
That I have a competency kink. I snap back to reality. Xavier has crossed the starry expanse and now stands before me. He's within arm's reach once more. I'm curious, were you really an astronomy graduate?
Who knows? I have too many diplomas at home. I need to check first.
Well, that wasn't a humble brag. When the bell rings, signaling the end of the lecture, the classroom empties out quickly, even though it was packed just moments ago. As the professor starts to pack, I approach him. I'm about to ask about the student who was attacked.
Xavier, have you been a deep space hunter for so long that you want to relive your college days?
Caught. Actually, I'm going to pause here for a second because my Twitch chat is about to experience an ad break. So, I don't want them to miss the next part here. But I wonder, like, he goes, I have so many diplomas. What did he study? You know it was astronomy, number one. No, Nikki, you're fine. We need to... I appreciate you trying to snooze them. But... obviously, he's probably got astronomy in there. I know, he says it so casually. Like, he just drops it. I have so many diplomas. Like, in what? What would Xavier study? Astronomy makes sense. Is he doing physics? I mean, yes, he's studying swords and stars and MC's lips. Yes, exactly. But I think that's an elective. I don't think that's part of the main course. He definitely didn't take any, yes, he definitely didn't take any classes or get a diploma in cooking. Or at least baking. Sleep science? Engineering might make sense. Like, engineering makes sense, astronomy makes sense. Yeah, like, I feel like he would have definitely focused on things that could help him even fix Traceback 2. So electrical engineering, physics, maybe some chemistry? Y'all, he did his best on the cooking. I'm not, he did his best on the cooking. The man just wants hot pot. He can't be bothered to learn anything else because he just wants meat and hot pot. I'm trying to think what else would be helpful for him. Well, yes, hot pot is stupidly easy. I know this because we eat hot pot. Don't worry, Loxy, I'm not leaving you behind. I'm waiting for the ad break to end before we continue. Also, I think it's funny how Dr. Ulysses immediately clocked him. And it was like, there's Xavier. He made that much of an impression on the professor who was like, yep, welcome back. I spot you in the back. I know what you're doing. Which begs the question, did he purposely pick on MC, the professor that is, did he purposely pick on MC hoping Xavier would step in? Or was the professor genuinely annoyed at the talking and then was like, oh, that's Xavier. This should be fine. Yay, everybody's back from the ads. Cool. I love this interaction with the professor and Xavier. It's a lot of fun, and MC's reaction to it is kind of cool. The professor walks away from the podium, one hand holding his bag and the other in his pocket. His serious demeanor is gone.
Hello. Are you also a deep space hunter? His colleague, perhaps?
This is Ulysses. He's an old friend of mine. Now he works as an assistant professor.
I was promoted to associate professor 2 years ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
First, there was Jeremiah, a mysterious florist. Now it's a university physics professor. Right? Respect tenure. He's made it to assistant professor. I'm once again shocked by how unpredictable Xavier's social circle is.
Let's get back to business. You're not the type of person to visit without a reason. Did something happen at the university?
I'm on a mission.
Well, if you're involved, it can't be just any mission. Should I be expecting a major incident to take place?
Oh, Xavier, your reputation precedes you. Looks like I'm not the only one who has a certain impression about Xavier. But this gives me a perfect opening to ask him about the Wanderer. Dr. Ulysses, we heard one of your students was attacked by a Wanderer and went missing a few days. Were you in the area when this happened? Ulysses pauses for a moment before nodding.
I was in the lab preparing for a meeting when I heard a scream outside the room, but I didn't find anything even after looking around. I later learned that a student had been attacked by a Wanderer. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured.
It looks like Ulysses didn't see the Wanderer. I'm a little disappointed.
Did the lab's flux stabilizer show any reaction?
No.
I immediately get what Xavier's hinting at. If the flux stabilizer didn't react, then the Wanderer's metaflux fluctuation level must be below 50. There are only a few Wanderers capable of such stealth. Our search is narrowed considerably.
It's also possible we're dealing with a modified Wanderer.
As if reading my mind, Xavier reveals another observation. I nod. Got it. I'll ask Andrew to compare the protocurve data with possible Wanderer profiles.
Wait, I just remembered something. The flux stabilizer can't detect that level of metaflux. However, the research center's RMFMA might.
RMFMA? We got some Full Metal Alchemist happening?
But the research center isn't even near here.
It was moved to the campus earlier this year, so it's not that far away now. It should have captured the metaflux fluctuation and its dynamic range when the Wanderer appeared.
Hi, Ty! Then can we use that device for a bit?
RMFMA. It stands for Reflective Metaflux Field Monitor and Analyzer.
A flicker of doubt crosses my mind, but I push it aside for now. I wait for Ulysses to respond.
Sure. As long as you have the clearance to operate it and access the system, you can use it.
But we don't quite fit those requirements.
Let's go.
Huh? Xavier picks up my backpack and turns to Ulysses.
Aren't you going to lead the way?
OMC. I'm sorry, what? Number 5. But yes, Ulysses, he seems a little, The research center Ulysses mentioned is formerly known as the Prestara University Deep Space Exploration Research Center, because God forbid we do any name title that is short and concise. It houses the RMFMA under a skylight on the 3rd floor. The machine's brass casing and bulky appearance make it stick out like a sore thumb. Yet the screen's flashing indicator lights and fast-moving images exude a sophisticated air.
This analyzer is one of the most advanced pieces of tech in the past few decades, and it remains so today. It can detect the slightest fluctuations in the deep space tunnel. Unfortunately, there are fewer than 10 of them in the world. Many talented researchers and professors have turned down prestigious offers elsewhere. Also, they could work with the RMFMA at our research center.
Do Xavier and I need to apply for access first to retrieve the data? Where's Xavier?
All the data related to the Wanderer is corrupted.
Xavier appears from behind the RMFMA. He removes his safety goggles and takes off his disposable lab coat. When he did that, no one knows. How did you... Aside from how did you operate that machine and you know how to use it, I focus on the most important one. What do you mean by corrupted? Did it capture even a trace of the Wanderer?
Yes, it showed that a Wanderer appeared on the university's campus in the past 2 weeks. But all the data has been tampered with. The generated spectrum also has many errors. It can't be used as a clue.
The hem and cuffs of his lab coat somehow get tangled together. Xavier frowns and pulls harder, but they're still stuck. Raise your hand a little more. As I help Xavier wriggle out of the lab coat, my mind races with questions. Maybe the RMFMA is too old, so it's malfunctioning?
If that were the case, the first issues wouldn't show up in detection and sampling errors. Which means someone deliberately tampered with it.
Once he's out of the lab coat, I meet his gaze. It's brimming with confidence. It's a rare, high-end device, yet Xavier seems to know it inside and out and can even log into the system to use it. Dare I say, is MC about to ask a follow-up question? I slightly pull him forward. I purposefully change my expression and lower my voice. All right, cut to the chase. How are you able to operate this machine? Oh my God, she asked a follow-up question! I'm so proud of her!
It might look complex, but it's actually easy to use.
You know that's not what I meant.
You're not really going to interrogate me right now, are you?
I mean, I might. We might need a private room for it, but we can do an interrogation. I learned from Caleb. I know how to do this. As Ulysses returns from examining the data, I let go of Xavier. I step back to make room.
The data is corrupted, and just as you suggested, someone probably tampered with it. However, the research center is a secure, newly built facility that few people can access. If we include me, only a handful of researchers work here.
Come now, Frost. We both know that interrogation scene with Caleb in Homecoming Wings was not the first time he ever interrogated her. You kidding me? I mean, that might have been the first time with collar, leather, and a grop-like object. But it was definitely not the first time Caleb sat her down in a chair and went, Pipsqueak, May. Tell me what I want to know. Hee hee.
The last system login was recorded to be over a month ago.
Has anyone else been in here the past 2 weeks?
Ulysses thinks long and hard before finally giving a hesitant reply.
Yes, but it's not anything suspicious. There was a study event here for new students. Part of the event included a tour of our facilities. That was when we introduced them to this analyzer.
Right, Kara? Right, Kara? Alright, Pipsqueak. Where did you hide the remote this time? You knew she took stuff from him all the time and hid stuff. Caleb was on her. Like, we could do this the easy way, or we could do this the hard way. Don't make me put you in a gravitational field, Pipsqueak. The new students who started this year, could it be?
Those 5 students who were attacked all enrolled this year.
Xavier voices my thoughts. King. I don't know, Gege. Maybe a pat down would help. I take out my phone, check the school's official website, and quickly find the article about the student event. Five students were selected. They are...
Here.
Xavier points to the 5 names displayed on the screen.
All the students who encountered the Wanderer are listed.
The student event, the tempered device, the elusive Wanderer, everything starts to connect. This isn't a coincidence, Xavier. Something's off about the study event. The Wanderer is targeting its participants.
Indeed.
He agrees, but keeps his finger on the screen. I look again. Group leader, Soren, vice president of the student council.
Hello. I'm the student council's vice president. So, I was told you guys were hunters.
Oh, look. Look who it is. It's the same guy who helped us on behalf of the university, and the only one who wasn't attacked. He's definitely suspicious.
There's only one way to find out.
I'm contacting him right now. Xavier's the first to head out. After saying goodbye to Ulysses, I'm about to leave, but a glance at the wall makes me stop in my tracks. Instead of a certificate, there's an old framed group photo at the top. It's yellowed with age, and the faces in the photo are all a bit blurry. Yet, the person who's on the edge... I look closer, and that indistinct figure suddenly comes into focus. It's Xavier. Dun dun dun! And lo, Soren has entered the chat, y'all. It begins. students. Chapter 6. I sit on a bench near the basketball court. I watch the ball arc through the air and precisely hit the back rim of the hoop. It bounces back into Xavier's hand. It's hard to fully appreciate this rare sunset, something I haven't seen much since graduation. It won't be long until we meet Soren. I unconsciously lower my head to look at my phone. It still has my chat with him. We're still a little unclear about the students. Could you go over some details with us in person? How about we meet up in 20 minutes at the lecture hall in the main teaching building?
Sorry, I'm at the student union. There's a student council meeting right now. It won't end until at least 7 p.m.
It's okay. We'll wait for you downstairs at the student union.
You've been quiet for a while.
Huh? Really? Xavier stops moving and stands by the 3-point line. He gazes at me.
We know he's in a meeting inside this building. Unless his evol lets him create wings so he can fly away, we'll definitely see him.
I look at the open door in front of the student union. Then I look at Xavier's calm face. I wonder what's making the victims stay quiet about the study event. And then there's Soren. He knows why we're here, but doesn't say anything. If he's really behind this, that's some nerve.
Maybe he doesn't want to get caught up in any trouble. Either way, we'll be able to ask him soon. And if he still refuses to talk, we can investigate.
He keeps gazing at me. His eyes are firm and steady. I nod. Then he offers me the basketball.
Want to try?
I know his invitation is actually his way of offering me a break from the mission. I can't bring myself to refuse, so I stand up. Sure. After a brief warm-up, I confidently aim the ball at the hoop. But before I can throw it, a sparrow just lands on the hoop. Interrupted by that, I turn to look at Xavier. If the Wanderer's appearance isn't a coincidence, then it just confirms our suspicion. Someone lured us here on purpose.
Should we call for backup in advance? Or are you implying there's a high chance the Ether Core is here? I'm going to guess the latter.
The sparrow is attracted to the small balls of light and flies away. Xavier moves closer and supports my arm.
Aim it a bit higher. Good. Now throw.
My accuracy is slightly off this time. The ball hits the backboard and rolls to my feet. I bend down to pick it up. Maybe it's not as terrible as we think it is. It could be just a coincidence, and Soren is a dedicated vice president of the student council. He does seem to be a good, well-behaved student, sort of like you. Xavier takes the ball from my hand and steps back to give me a demonstration.
Perhaps it's because he looks like a good student that makes him the best at doing things behind the scenes. After all, people don't write their secrets on their faces. The calmer the water's surface, the easier it is to hide dangerous undercurrents.
Wow, that was said with a bit of experience, Xavier. Were you? What are you trying to say? Was that a subtle confession, Xavier? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, jazz hands, Fosse cabaret? The ball leaves his hand and once again goes through the hoop with a precise shot. As it bounces back, I intercept it before it can reach him. You always have a lot to say about other people, but what about you? Recalling the blurry, yellowish photo from the research center, I move closer to Xavier. Maybe it's the backlight that causes flickering spots to appear in my vision. My consciousness falters for a moment. Xavier when I first saw him, Xavier in the no-hunt zone, Xavier in the research center, and Xavier playing basketball at sunset. They appear in front of me all at once. They line up gracefully and blend into the figure of the person before me.
Me?
What secrets are you hiding behind that calm face of yours? From the distant past to the present, who are you, really? Even though I'm so close to you, experienced all these life and death situations with you, I still cannot seem to fully understand you.
Huh?
Xavier's puzzled gaze lingers on my face and suppresses the questions in my heart. The only thing I eventually say is, I was going to ask if you're truly a good student, or do you have some secrets? After thinking for a moment, he speaks in a calm tone.
I'd say I'm a good student. I paid attention in class and always kept my eyes on the front of the classroom. That's how I kept ending up making eye contact with a classmate who frequently turned around during class.
He looks at me with a knowing gaze. I look back into his eyes and feel as if everything sounds familiar. Maybe your classmate just wanted to check the clock at the back of the classroom. See how much time was left before the class was over.
Oh. You're asking if I have a hidden side to me like Soren?
He responds with a question. Now it's my turn to think about my answer. Fortunately, Xavier doesn't seem to expect one from me. Instead, he slightly lowers his head, as if he's talking to himself.
But the parts of me you think you know, and the parts you think you don't know, they make up who I am. All of me. Right here in front of you.
We no longer pay attention to the basketball. The sound of it bouncing on the ground echoes in my ears. It isn't until I see Xavier's hand wave in front of me that I realize the lingering sound is my heartbeat.
I think we have a new lead.
I compose myself and look in the direction that Xavier is pointing in. I catch sight of the enthusiastic student from yesterday's interview. He's walking out of the student union. Didn't he say he needed a week off after the Wanderer attack? I grab Xavier's arm. Something's not right. Let's ask him. Now, Xavier's actions during this so far are very interesting. And I want you to kind of just keep these things in mind. And I know for those of you who've listened to the podcast, you've heard me rant on agency and how the boys just need to fucking tell her things instead of just keeping them to herself. So that MC can put things together faster, understand what's going on, might not do as many reckless things that could get her into trouble or hurt. This is one of those interesting moments where Xavier is caught between how much he wants to reveal and his choices on not revealing and revealing. Because I feel like if Xavier had spoken up and actually discussed something sooner rather than later, this chapter might go a little differently than where it's about to go. And I'm curious what your thoughts are going to be when it does happen and we get to the end of it. But yes, as I pointed out earlier, and as the chat is laughing at, MC is asking follow-up questions in this one, and I'm proud of her for that. I think she gave up a little too soon. I think she went soft and gooey, and that's fine. It happens to the best of us. But Xavier, going back and doing this again, I am getting more of a sensation that Xavier is torn. Like, he wants to tell her, but doesn't want to tell her at the same time. I'm getting more of a conflict from him this time around than I was in the first time I did this chapter. The first time I read this chapter, I was like, for fuck's sake, could you stop making decisions for her and just tell her all the things? And this one, it doesn't, and this time around, it does not feel as such a unilateral decision that he's making with no emotional consequence to himself. Like, I see how he's talking around it more. He's hinting at it more. He's dropping breadcrumbs more. He just can't bring himself to actually just bluntly state stuff right now, which is fair. He's still very protective. I still think in the relationship, I think he's still in that phase where his trauma with her makes him a little overprotective. He's got to work on his trust of her and her ability to handle situations. Yes, Ms., kind of like Sylus. He wants to tell her stuff, but also wants to protect her from the pain of what those memories might bring. Exactly. I feel like... Oh, Loxy, there's another ad break coming in 3 seconds. Don't worry, I won't go to the next bit till you're back. I think all of them are absolutely coming from this place of wanting to protect her, yes, from the pain of those memories in some way. I still think that they're trying to protect themselves a little bit, insulate themselves, because she doesn't remember. She doesn't. Things feel familiar, but she doesn't remember. And I think as they get closer and closer, whether it's Xavier, whether it's Zayne, whether it's Sylus or Caleb or Rafayel, the closer they get to her, the more their desire for her to remember outweighs their desire for her not to suffer pain. And especially when we hit, like, the biggest example for me is Sylus's blossom memory from that banner. He takes her to the literal bones of a dragon and is like, hey, babe, does any of this feel familiar to you at all? Like, we've done it before. Like, we've had these conversations before. Let me turn the flowers on this crown into a dark red black. Do you remember? Do you remember, baby? Like, just remember me. He is begging her to remember in that memory. It is so obvious, and it's starting to break their hearts a little bit that she doesn't. So when we finally hit where we are in the main storyline, the fact that she is starting to gain memories back from her previous iterations with them, I think is going to have some very interesting effects on relationships going forward. And I'm actually really eager to see where the stories go now that she's gotten some memories back and has more of an idea of who she was to these men in her past lives. Not just the we were in love, but some of the overarching, how do I say? Some of the overarching plot points, essentially. And I do think it's interesting that while she is receiving memories from her past life to a degree, welcome back, y'all, from the ad break, she still hasn't quite gotten her memories back from her time with Ever as an experiment. Kara, I am really hopeful that the storylines will start crossing over. They have done some crossing over a little bit, in terms of that both Zayne and Caleb have acknowledged each other, and there's that kind of rivalry set into play. So that's an easy crossover point. Because I think we've discussed, I don't know whether it was on a podcast or a past live stream, that the love interests are paired. They have an opposite. So Caleb and Zayne are a pairing. Sylus and Xavier are a pairing. And then you've got Rafayel. And the current theory is that the sixth LI, when they drop, will be Raphael's foil. And somehow they may know each other, have some sort of connection. Or it could just be about evil balance. Sylus is shadow, Xavier is light. But given Xavier's activities in the N109 zone, there is no way whatsoever that Sylus and Lumiere have not crossed paths. That's just, there's no way. But at the moment, I mean, they've seeded some things. We haven't had any official crossover yet. And I would really, really, really love some official crossover. I think that would be a great addition to the story. And considering that it feels like the main story is leading to a convergence of timelines in some ways, I would be really excited to see either in the main storyline or in those anecdotes or in the Deepspace, or the world underneath, that we start seeing at least some written story points where we have that crossover starting to really come into play. Melissa, I think it's some memories and not. Xavier is over 200 years old, so he hasn't died. So he has all his memories. My theory is, as we saw with the with Raphael's chapter last week, he touched the tome of the sea god, and I think that some of those memories from him being the sea god came with it. I don't think everything was revealed to him, but I think he got a corner piece on that puzzle, and some things are bleeding. I do think that Sylus is retaining some things. You see the way he reacts in Abyssal Chaos and some of the other stuff to being called a fiend or a dragon. And there was the time prison thing and the crossing between worlds. I don't think they remember everything. I don't think all the love interests remember everything that has ever happened in all of their past iterations. I think they have flashes. I think they have pieces. I think some have more pieces than others. But it's just the feeling I get. And Zayne is an excellent example of this because of the time prison is mentioned in an anecdote, I do believe, Ty? Or is it World Underneath? It's mentioned in one of the written portions of the game. but we don't have a full memory or myth. An anecdote, thank you, Nikki. I would really love a memory card that is about time prison. As an aside. But as I was saying with Zayne, he's more likely to gain memories or get full carte blanche here because of his connections with the Fractal Library, because of his role as the emissary, the interweaving between him and Dawnbreaker. And then with Shubai's arrival and the 7-year deal, he knows something. It's been made clear. But again, I don't think they've got like the full memory recall. I think all the boys have bits and pieces. But they know enough. They know enough to be going on, to kind of have each boy, and it makes sense that they would do this. Each boy basically, I think, has a piece to the puzzle to solving the Ever and the Fountain of Atay crisis. My current personal theory, and take this with a grain of salt, is I believe that eventually, especially towards true end game for the main story, whenever that will be, and hopefully not for a long time, I think the way this story in my head works, and this is my writer brain coming into play in terms of narrative, plot, and how you structure this story, and the forces that we're dealing with here with time and interdimensional travel and parallel worlds and things of that nature. The only way I see this story resolving is a full convergence of timelines. It's the only thing that makes sense. That all of them come together. I think true endgame for this main story is MC standing there with all the boys. All of them. In a single space to solve the crisis. It's all the timelines come together. And then we've got to rip them apart again, possibly. The timelines, at least. But I think that's really the only way this makes sense. Is a convergence. Now, as I said, I don't think that's going to happen for a long time. I think there's far more story to get through before we ever reach, like, true endgame. Like, this is it. This is the end of the story. There will be no more main story chapters. Thank you. Have a nice day. That's not going to be for a long while. And I'm fine with that because I want more story, more world building, more hijinks with the boys. But with the structure they've got going, that's the natural conclusion to me, is a convergence. And with boys, how much anybody remembers by the end, if they ever get full memories of themselves, I don't know. But yeah, Miz, a little bit like the multiverse in DC and Marvel, where we've got like the true timeline. And we've got a bunch of like other timelines, and we've got to rectify the main time, like the true timeline, the anchor timeline, and hopefully have a happy ending. It's not, Love and Grief Space does love to rip our hearts out, and it may be a bittersweet ending, but I'd like to think we'd get a happy ending at the very, very, very end. But yeah. So that's my personal theory. That's my writer brain coming into play and being like, okay, if I was building this story, if I was doing this, how would I do it? Which is funny because my own original work, I'm dealing with probabilities and fate as a web of choice. So this is very much in my wheelhouse in terms of how I view fate and how I view time and how I reconcile the ideas of free will and fate necessarily. But yeah. That my original work will be it's a long time away from actually being fully written or anything like that. For now we have fan fiction. Yeah, like Final Fantasy endings having me throw my controller. Exactly. Which I've started Final Fantasy 16 with Nikki. That's our new Sunday gaming day, a game. So, and I was like, oh God, I forgot how much I enjoy Final Fantasy 16. So now I'm playing it myself at home. So I'm basically playing the game twice, once with Nikki on Sunday and once by myself. I haven't gotten to the end of 16 yet. So this will be fun for that. And we're multitasking Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 15 at the moment with the boys and the road trip. Which both games I think got a bad rap. I enjoy both of them. I've enjoyed so far. I enjoy 16 and I enjoy 15. And Nikki had an absolute revelation while we were playing 15 the other week, going, oh my God, it's an otome game. And I was like, yes, honey, it's an otome game. You've got 5 hot boys and you go do photography and camping and cooking and you strengthen your relationship with your boys. It's an otome game. It's the boy band road trip bachelor party that goes so wrong. Yes, it is. That is the perfect description of Final Fantasy 15. Oh my God. I haven't gotten to the end of 15. I'll have to, Melissa, you and I will have to reunite when I have finished Final Fantasy 15 and then we can have our rage party over it. But you can absolutely talk to Nikki. She has finished it. Nikki, look, there are 2 wolves in our friendship. Nikki is very much I am on the main storyline, let's go. I am very much, and for those of you who have joined me on my gaming streams will probably have caught on, I am a completionist. I must do every side quest. I must find all the things. If there's an achievement, I'm hunting it. If there's a collectible, I'm finding it. If there's a side quest, it doesn't matter how much of a fetch it is, we're gonna do it. I also loot anything that isn't nailed down, to the point where when we were doing the Final Fantasy VII remake, Nikki legitimately looked at me on the couch and was like, babe, you can't loot the hallucination. And I'm like, you don't know, it's a hallucination. Just because I'm hallucinating doesn't mean objects in this hallucination aren't real. Let me loot the dumpster. Like, I'm used to games that let me loot everything. And Final Fantasy is like, there are specific chests that you will find within the world that have loot. And I'm like, but there's a corner over here. Surely there's loot here. And Nikki's like, just turn around and go talk to Sephiroth. I'm like, no, the hallway's on fire. I want to loot the dumpster. I will be with him in a moment. I'm having a psychotic break. It's fine. Oh, God. She loses her mind every time we play. Okay. Oh, I know. Yes. Oh, God. Nikki I was like, go over there. And she's like, no, I'm going over here. I'm like, go over there. Get the stuff. There's loot. There's shit over there. Go to the left. And she was not. She was like, no, I'm going to the plot. I'm like, God damn it. It's probably also why I started playing 16 again. Because my brain was like, she missed all these things. Oh, but it's fine. Oh, God. Okay, where are we? We're at the halfway mark, y'all. All right, let's see what kind of bullshit Soren gets into. Chapter 7. Before we get close, that student immediately recognizes me and Xavier. He excitedly waves at us.
What a coincidence! Why are you here?
Didn't you say you were going to take a week's leave at home? What brings you back? With no time to lose, I get straight to the point, but the student looks confused.
Huh? Did I say that yesterday? I don't remember at all.
No, Nikki, we are not going to live a good student life. I'm still traumatized from Persona.
After the attack, my friend said my memory had gotten worse. I thought I was getting better over the past couple of days.
I don't like where this is going. I exchange a glance with Xavier, my eyes saying something's wrong.
What do you remember then? Do you recall attending a study event around 2 weeks ago? Did anything strange happen at that time?
A study event?
He frowns, thinking hard for a long time, and then suddenly something dawns on him.
It wasn't weird, but we did come across something intriguing. When we visited the Deepspace Exploration Research Center, there was this unique piece of equipment on the 3rd floor. For a short while, I felt like I walked straight into a haunted house.
He dramatically gestures, still looking a bit shaken.
It looked exactly like that haunted house I'm always terrified of. I almost screamed. After the tour, others said they had the same feeling, that for a moment, they fell into a really scary place.
Wait, you're saying you all had a hallucination? Who else was there?
It was just the 5 of us, and the vice president. The guy had to step out for a bit, so we were on our own.
It's not a hallucination. This is something the RMFMA can also do.
You mean?
To make a long story short, it's like recreating a plane of existence and overlapping it with our reality. But only a few people know about this. We surely underestimated Soren.
Xavier grabs my wrist with one hand and supports my back with the other.
Hold on.
Wait, you know where he is?
The research center. He'll get there before us.
Daylight's last glimmer sinks below the horizon, and night arrives. Don't worry, Ms. Nikki is here to evangelize in the ways of Persona. She can tell you all the fucked up shit that game has. Choose your game. I suggest starting with Persona 5, but that's just me. Something about this all does sound very familiar, Kara, doesn't it? As we stand in front of the research center again, the building takes a more mysterious air under the night sky. Soren stands under the skylight on the 3rd floor. Back faces us.
You're quicker than I thought.
So y'all remember, to my lovely YouTube chat, I didn't want to say anything at the time and spoil it, but hey Kara, hey Melissa, you remember your questions about backtrackers?
I should have known the moment I saw you.
Ding, ding, ding. Xavier stops behind him. After a brief pause of tension, Soren turns around.
Do you think you can still order me around, Xavier?
He has a glance at me. Then he looks away.
You can't, and neither can she.
A sudden gust of wind stirs the indoor air. My heart trembles as I sense a faint energy fluctuation. Xavier, something's here. A light blade forms in Xavier's hand. I also take out my firearm from my belt holster. I walk over and stand next to him. Let's take down Soren before the Wanderer arrives. Okay, I'm seeing this in both the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. I never got the idea that Xavier didn't recognize Soren. I think Xavier recognized Soren. I just don't think Xavier thought Soren was connected to what was going down. Because Xavier still has optimism? Hope? Not sure. But he hopes that his fellow backtrackers aren't doing shady shit. He wants his backtracker friends to be redeemable. He wants to bring them home like he promised. So it's not to me that he didn't recognize him. It's that he was like, cool, I recognize you. I don't think you're involved, so I'm going to let you play this game. And I'm not going to say shit to MC about it. And then we reach this point where he's like, well, shit. I guess I was wrong. Hey, MC, here's a giant waving red flag hint that something might be shady with him. Is how I interpreted this. It was not that to me that Xavier didn't recognize him. It's that he just thought, surely not. Surely you wouldn't do this. But before I can get closer, Soren disappears. I hear his voice behind me.
It's too late. It'll take you to the place you've always wanted to visit.
He can also teleport? Could he be... The intensity of the energy fluctuations significantly soars. Xavier's Hunter Watch as well as mine beep at the same time before I can react. Oh yes. All the backtrackers recognize Miss MC on sight. They know exactly who she is. They absolutely know who she is, which is why you see him glance. And it's interesting because it feels like all of the backtrackers have a very complicated feeling about MC. On one hand, she is their queen. There is that loyalty to her in her last iteration. And she's standing there in front of them again, this reminder of home and why they set out to begin with. And you see the conflict in a lot of the backtrackers as we go through the main story. But no, Soren absolutely recognizes her, knows exactly who she is. In a shadowy corner where the moonbeam doesn't reach, a colossal beast has stirred to life. This energy, it's fierce.
A wanderer with an ether core.
It can't stay here. We need to lure it out. The light blade cleaves through the heavy darkness. Its shock waves ripple to the end of the corridor. The wanderer pauses its assault before creating an even fiercer wall of wind. It charges towards us once again.
You took the bait.
A huge shadow looms over us. I turn around and aim my gun. The protected protofield doesn't materialize. Instead, I feel a sudden coolness on my face, as if I'm being pushed through a barrier. Before everything goes completely dark, I reach for Xavier's hand. And I grab nothing. So yeah, backtrackers. This is the chapter where we really start sowing the seeds that we see come into play in the most recent main story chapter drops. This is really where that arc starts kicking off. They gently introduced Jeremiah in Under Deepspace, and now we're gonna start meeting other backtrackers as we go forward. Soren being one of them. There'll be another one in the later chapters. And I will say, if you have not done the Lightseeker myth for Xavier, that has a whole ton of context. A shit ton. Like, it's... Even if you aren't a Xavier girly, I highly, highly recommend playing through that myth. because it has so much in regards to lore and revelation for the main storyline. And will help you put a lot of things into context. Now, granted, as I mentioned, when we, once we finish the main storyline all the way to the most recent chapters, I do intend to go back and play the myths with all of you for all the boys. So we'll be doing Lightseeker here, we'll be doing Lumiere and Dark Knight, and we'll be doing the rest of the boys as well. So don't worry. But I do recommend before then, just so that when we hit the final chapters in the main story, those make a bit more sense to you. But for now, not critical to the rest of this chapter. There's some layering with this chapter, absolutely, but we can still follow along for the most part for those of you who have not played that particular myth series and completed that full myth arc for Xavier. And I'm actually curious, how many of you in the chat, how many of you have played the Lightseeker myth? For my YouTube and my Twitch peoples. Melissa, Kara, have you played Lightseeker? To my lurkers, feel free to just throw a thumbs up. Crystallize you have, Ty you have, Loxy you have. Miz, you're still working on it, okay. Melissa has, Kara's still working on getting the cards. Yeah, so for Kara, when you get the cards, it's gonna be, it's really good. One, there's a lot of adorable moments, but again, it's also angsty as hell, because that's just the way this game rolls. But I highly recommend once you get the cards, definitely play that myth. It'll definitely give you a bit more context and nuance for why Xavier's doing what he's doing. It also makes Dark Knight make a lot more sense because Dark Knight is an extension of Lightseeker. It's the other half of it. Oh, I know, that's fine. You don't have to look it up. It's not critical. I'm just saying definitely play through it once you get the cards. It'll definitely be worth it and a lot of fun. And Frost, you're working on it, but you already know the ending. Got it. Okay. Also, knowing what y'all have played and have not played helps me contextualize in terms of what I say and what I don't say. Hi, Epic! Welcome to the stream! Oh, good, you've played Lightseeker. And then how many of you have played, how many of you have played Dark Knight? I know, Melissa, you just said you need Dark Knight. And I know I just lost some followers over to another ad break. You joined after you came out, Miz? And you've done 2 chapters, Ty. Ty, I can't wait for you to get to the end of Dark Knight. Dark Knight is going to be a moment, because Dark Knight, so with the third myths, what you'll notice is that the third myth is kind of the tie, the continuation that kind of brings all the memories together. Zayne's does this really well. Zayne's third myth, basically, the God of Annihilation ties all of his together. Master of Fate and Foreseer all get tied together with his God of Annihilation drop and make all of his make sense. with Xavier's third myth, the Dark Knight, it is a direct extension of what happens in Lightseeker. With Rafayel, the sea god, that's a direct extension of God of Tides. And then Sylus's is the extension of Cloudfall and the Abyssal Dragon. And it's interesting because I'm trying to think. Xavier of the OG3, because Zayne's myths were Foreseer and Master of Fate, which were both on the timeline. They're not present day stories. And then you have Rafayel, who had God of Tides and Abyssal Walker. Again, not present day. But Xavier had a present day. He had Lightseeker, which is on the timeline, and then he had Lumiere, and Lumiere is present day. Sylus followed Xavier's pattern, and he had the Abyssal Dragon, and he had the Relentless Conqueror, and the Relentless Conqueror myth is present day. Now, Caleb has had two, and he is also a present day myth mixed with a timeline myth, because you have the XO2. So I'm really interested in seeing how Caleb's third myth will tease out what happened in the XO2 memory, his android Caleb memory, or if his third myth actually ends up tying all three of his together, the way God of Annihilation tied Master of Fate and Foreseer together. Either way, it's gonna make us frickin' weep. But there's a lot of revelation. So, and I'm actually looking forward to playing all the myths with all of you. It'll be a lot of fun to go through all the myths once we finish the main storyline and seeing how they interplay. How they feed into. Oh gosh. Oh, thanks Epic for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how y'all kind of see the myths coming into play in the main storyline, the little breadcrumbs there, and their bond memories and stuff. We're gonna have a grand old time. So, oh good, Kara. I don't want to spoil too much out the gate, because there are certain parts where those things come more into play. Like, I will definitely be talking about Dark Knight and Lightseeker a lot more once we hit the most recent chapter drops to our yesteryear. They are very integral to that. But for now, oh yeah, the third myths were an absolute just whole other world. In terms of, like, Dark Knight and Sea God were just stunning. Those were beautiful, beautiful memories and kindled scenes. I mean, God of Annihilation is also very pretty, but God of Annihilation to me was more about the back shots than anything. It was about Zayne being pretty, like just being gloriously, amazingly stunning, like worship at the altar of the God of Annihilation. The Dark Knight aesthetic and the Sea God aesthetic were just visual feasts for the eyes. They were also incredibly handsome and stunning, and I would, Dark Knight can save me on a horse any day. But just visually, the water animation, the flowers, the atmosphere, the clothes, all of it. It's just, the production was so well done. And then we hit Sylus's third myth, and the roses, and his outfit is glorious. So I am really excited to see Caleb, because I, for the life of me, cannot figure out where they're going with this third myth in terms of what comes next. Taking Sylus from an abyssal dragon to a sovereign fiend makes total sense. Like, that's a natural evolution, because his core the core of him is the deal maker. You know, it's about greed, it's about hunger and a more primal aesthetic. So that total evolution makes sense to me. We went from Lightseeker, where Xavier was the prince, to Dark Knight, where he was technically king of the undead. Like, that's a natural evolution. Totally makes sense to me. Was I expecting Zayne to go from Foreseer to Master of Fate to God of Annihilation? Nope, wasn't even in my deck of cards for that. So we've had Caleb as the human, we've had him as an android. I don't think we're gonna see Caleb in a divine form. I'm gonna have to sit down and do a Caleb video at some point. But a lot of Caleb and his tropes and his motifs and his symbolism is very much about him being human, the closest to human. So it'd be interested to see him become a divine, but I feel like Caleb is always divine adjacent, if you get where I'm going here. Like MC is in the position of divine, MC is in the position of to be protected, and Caleb is that knight, that guardian, that yes, charter, weapon. He revolves around her like a planet in the sun. And I know there's a larger grand discussion with Caleb's character in regards to the Adam and Eve symbolism with the apple and the snake and all of that, and you know, that's a whole deep dive there that we can go into when we get there. For now, we have Xavier, who's very wrapped up in, I think out of all of them, the most explicitly wrapped in time and associated with time, the passage of time, the toll of time, the manipulation of time, and also the archetype of Prince Charming and the king. He's royalty, and he's got that at play. And you've got Rafayel more with the duality of the divine versus mortality. And then you've got Zayne, who's always, actually, in every single myth, on the side of the divine. And I mean, not like he's agreeing with the divine, but he's always associated with divine power, whether it's the Foreseer, who speaks for Astra, the Master of Fate, who is wrapped in divine power, is in that position of mentorship and is playing with the timelines there, or then straight up the God of Annihilation, where once again he is making the decisions and put in the position of being divine, and controlling life and death, hence the emissary. So the associations between everybody is just, it's really interesting. And I have absolutely gone way off tangent. Sorry, so to bring this back to Xavier, there's just, the lore in this game is so much, like I can't, the amount of videos, which again, I need to sit down and do. I know I need to do. At some point, but okay, let's get back to this. We're on chapter 8. We are heating up. We are getting into the meat of this chapter, and we're starting to kind of see some of that backstory with Xavier and the backtrackers come into play. So let's see how this with Soren plays out. Nebula tranquility hang in the sky, as if they're the eyes of the universe. Faint rays of light spill over the shadows of trees that sway like waves. This feels like a proto-field. Countless waves of both strong and subtle forces swirl through my heart. I stand in this unfamiliar forest, enveloped in thick fog. This definitely isn't a regular protofield. The energy here is erratic and the fluctuations are violent. Xavier, can you hear me? I call out to him several times, but only the wind's rustling of branches and leaves answer me. He was probably dragged into the protofield too. I have to find him quickly. I look up and a meteor streaks across the sky. It leaves behind a trail of fire as it flies past the tops of tall trees. A meteor. Several more follow suit before I can say more. All of them are heading toward one side of the forest. I can't help but follow them. In an instant, the night sky is ablaze with countless rays of light. Meteors pour down like rain. They disperse the fog and darkness which plague the forest as they fall in the same direction. Are they guiding me? I walk faster, gradually quickening my pace until I break into a sprint. Like me, the meteors fall even more intensely and rapidly. It's as if they're urging me to run with all my might.
Hey, is that you?
This voice. Xavier?
Answer me. Where are you?
Even though I can clearly hear Xavier's voice, I don't know where it's coming from. Is it in front of me? Or is it echoing from the depths of my heart? Brilliant arcs of light flash before me as the wind's whistle resounds in my ears. My heart surges, overwhelmed by the surrounding chaotic energy. I have a bad feeling. Please stay safe, Xavier. I hope nothing bad happened to you. As I traverse the dense forest, a mirror-like lake suddenly comes into view. Meteors streak down, falling into the expanse where the lake meets the sky. The energy fluctuation gets even stronger now. It pulls at my heart to the point where I struggle to breathe. Overwhelmed, I stumble and sink to my knees.
I'm not interested in playing hide and seek. Come out.
Ooh, Xavier's unhappy. I frantically look around and spot Xavier near the lake shore. Another figure quickly appears in front of him.
We're old friends at the end of the day, right? But you decided to greet me with a sword. That's cruel.
Soren. No, that's just an illusion. Soren adjusts his glasses, and his previously friendly, bashful expression vanishes.
You haven't changed even after all these years. You're still afraid of Starfall Forest.
As if you're any different. To you, the ends always justify the means.
What are you trying to say? You have no right to criticize me!
Yet another character in this game who needs severe therapy. Soren's laughter, twisted with rage, contorts his features into an unsettling and unrecognizable expression.
I used my life's work on you. I did everything I could to help you pass through the deep space tunnel. And what did I get in return? I was abandoned, trampled on, and turned into an outcast in this time and space.
Those were the rewards for your choices.
Oh, he's absolutely unhinged, miss. His figure vanishes with his words. He reappears in front of Soren in the blink of an eye, the tip of his sword poised to kill. Countless sharp light blades rain down on Soren. Only his panicked voice can be heard within the dazzling spectacle of light.
You. Killing an apparition. is a waste of time.
Then why did you dodge?
Now here's the question I have for you. Is Xavier trying to kill Soren? Or, as this singular line reveals, was he testing that it's an apparition? Because an apparition wouldn't move. A real person would. And up until this point in this game, we have never seen Xavier go so far as to straight up murder anybody. Defensively, yes. But they've been wanderers. You do see him one other time, if I recall, execute someone in a back alley. But that was already after a fight, and it was clear that it was the end of the fight. So it's not like he walked up to somebody and just went bye-bye. This was after a fight. The guy had pushed Xavier, and Xavier's like, well, this is the end of it. There we go. But you don't see Xavier go to kill unless he's out of options at this point. So if he wasn't testing, this would be the first time we see Xavier truly go, and this is where you die, bitch. Or he could be testing. And I'm kind of drawn to the testing angle. One, he didn't do a straight shot. He did multiple blades of light. And I think it was to make him move and to see what was here, what was real, what isn't. Yeah, Melissa, you think he was testing too? Because don't get me wrong, I know Xavier is absolutely capable of killing somebody. I mean, at this point in what he's gone through, he's also a soldier. He's not afraid of killing. It's not his first option. But when he's committed to it, he will follow through. And I mean, we definitely, again, this is excluding what we see in Dark Knight. That's an entirely different ball game, and a far different Xavier. Oh, Kara, there is a lot of crossover with Sailor Moon. Oh God, Nikki and I were joking about it on Sunday. I think in regards to like the crossover between Sailor Neptune and Rafayel, if I recall correctly. Xavier totally gives Tuxedo Mask vibes, especially in his last birthday card. But there is this bit of wink and a nudge that you can, parallels you can draw. Now, granted, some of it is because media, it's media that is also treading similar themes. So you will see echoes of that in terms of motifs, narrative themes, and things like that. But there is, to me, there feels like a bit of a wink and a nudge to Sailor Moon, which, I mean, is a very influential manga in that storyline. I mean, that storyline affected generations of people. I remember the old school Sailor Moon. Sailor Crystal's great, but I grew up on the old school, the 90s one. It was great. Welcome to America, where we're not going to fully translate that correctly because we have some concerns, which only made it worse. Because they're like, they're cousins, and we're all like, they are not cousins. Y'all, they are not cousins. Oh, sorry, I'm like, oh, good memories. Okay, sorry, back to the tension. Back to the tension. A beam of light descends, and the apparition is sliced in half.
Ugh.
It's not just an illusion. Somehow, it and his actual body are connected. Struggling, I rush to help Xavier, but I fall again. The energy in the surrounding area has changed. Wait, Xavier's evol is... Xavier's flurry of attacks continues, and there's no room for counterattacks. Nothing is out of the ordinary in terms of his appearance, yet His usually serene sparks of light scatter and fly chaotically around him, as if they've lost control, agitated or consumed by something.
It's time to put an end to this charade.
Wait! You can kill me. But what about her?
A meteor falls into the center of the lake. It awakens a sparkling light that twirls into a vague illusion. The silhouette wears a hunter's uniform. It's hard to make out, yet it's unmistakably familiar. It's me? My head, it hurts, but why? Yet, it's at that moment I realize something. Soren created this illusion to distract Xavier. He's using the lapse in judgment to attack Xavier's mind with his evol. In any other situation, Xavier would have no difficulty dealing with this type of evol, but with how chaotic the protofield is, along with his power, Xavier falters, but he slowly regains his footing. When he raises his head, his unfocused eyes resemble a frozen lake. They're cold and empty.
It can't be her. She's not a sacrifice. I will put an end to everything.
Xavier, I'm right here. That's an illusion. Perhaps weakened by Xavier's attacks, the bullets make the apparition stagger. You! With a reluctant, sullen expression, the apparition dissipates. The energy fluctuation also calms down. Even though the apparition on the water's surface is gone, Xavier continues to head toward the center of the lake. His expression is cold, and his movements are stiff. It's as though an invisible force is pulling him along. This isn't good. The evil is still controlling Xavier. I rush out to stop him. Xavier! Oh, so pretty.
A planet that uses to survive. Doesn't deserve to be saved.
Come back to reality, Xavier. Don't lose yourself to the illusion. Look, I'm right here.
You are...
Oh, baby. What's wrong? Are you hurt?
You can't stay here. Run. Otherwise, you'll... as well.
His power is fading. Is the space trying to consume him? What's going on? Why can't I control your evil?
It's okay. Starfall Forest will stop once it has enough power. It will. I didn't protect you before. At least, it chose me this time.
Enough power. In that case, the Aether Core's power should satisfy it.
No.
Xavier?
You really are reckless.
I mean, Captain Hypocrite, you are one to talk. That one is such a rough one. God, and the way he's like, at least it chose me this time, not you. Now remember, we're on Earth, not Philos. So I find it interesting where he says, this time it chose me. Remember? This time it chose me. Which implies this has happened before. And perhaps MC was the one that was chosen by Starfall Forest and died. And I feel like that's one of the missing iterations. Because the whole reason they kick off on Philos is the fact that Xavier learns the planet is consuming people to survive, and that his family is like, hey, yo, we got this special girl. We're just gonna toss her into that and let her be the sacrifice so that we could all stay immortal and have a grand time. And Xavier's like, hey, any society that builds itself on sacrificing the innocent to live really shouldn't live. So let's just, maybe not do that. Find something different. And so he goes and puts this whole mission together and goes, let's go see if we can figure this out. Let's solve this mystery, Scooby Gang. Let's see if we can find an alternative solution to where we don't have to kill an innocent girl so all of us can live. I'm not down for that cause. And I'd like to think, in my understanding of Xavier's character, that he would have that feeling and sense of injustice whether or not he was in love with the person who is the sacrifice. And just as a heads up, another ad break is going to start for y'all over here in Twitch. Don't worry, I will not start until you come back. But I think he would have intervened no matter who the sacrifice was, because that's just who Xavier is. But it definitely doesn't help that he happens to be in love with the sacrifice. So it makes it even more immediate to him, more necessary to him that she lives, that they find an alternative solution. And MC is constantly born and put into this position of sacrifice, where in order for things to continue, in order for the status quo to be maintained, she has to be sacrificed. We see this parallel with the sea god myth and Lemuria, where in order for Lemuria to continue and to the sea god to do the sea godding, he has to cut her heart out. And Rafayel's like, yeah, homie, no, I'm not down for that cause. So he doesn't. He chooses not to. And Rafayel continues, much like Xavier, on this journey of, how do I save the people I care about? How do I save my world and do my duty without having to sacrifice an innocent person, let alone the person I'm in love with? And that's an ongoing theme we see with the love interests. This duty versus love, your responsibility in your position to society, to creation, to the rules at play, versus your personal interest in love. And each of these boys makes the decision, fuck this shit, I'm out. I'm saving her. And then has to carry that guilt to a degree. But they still are fighting to bring back or to save what they sacrificed. They're trying to find a way to have both. And there's a level of desperation in that to a degree for Xavier, for Rafayel, for Zayne. Because Zayne is searching for the right iteration that lets him be happy. like lets the world stabilize, lets him be with MC so they can have macaroons and have a good time. Rafayel's looking for a way to have Lemuria without having to rip out the love of his life's heart. Xavier would like his world to continue without throwing her into a pit and letting the planet consume her. Hence ethical consumption, because they were like, hey, let's go back in time, find dying planets, and do, you know, and take the Aether cores that way and not do MC. So we're dealing with a lot of sacrifice play here. And those decisions. And we constantly see that theme reflected, reinforced, and done over and over through their various memories, because the same choice comes into play, and it's about finding the answer. And that also, again, circles back to my discussion, I think it was in the second stream for Voidside Chat, where we discussed time. Remember how I presented the discussion of time and fate? And when we're looking at this story, you have to think about how we're perceiving time. If we're perceiving it in the way similar to, say, the Greeks with Chronos and Kronos, where they are sentient beings and have agency, then time is sentient and is making decisions, and that's something that could be negotiated with, that's something that can be bargained with, that might even be something that you can fight against and win. But if you view time through the scope of more of an Eastern context and Buddhism and Mahakala, Lord save me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, I'm so sorry, where time just is. It's not sentient, it's not a person, it's not a divine will. It is a process, it is a system, it is a conveyor belt. There is no arguing with that, there is no negotiating with that. This is just the way it is. It is inevitable. Things rise, things fall, people live, people die. When you're fighting against something like that, is that even a fight you can win against? Those are the odds. That's what the love interests and MC are fighting against. Is it a full-on system of nature, or is it a divine being? And we also have to remember about how we keep seeing the symbol of the eye, how the tunnel keeps getting turned into an eye, and we are being watched, and there's this presence on the other side of the tunnel that we keep kind of sensing. So there are a lot of threads in play, a lot of themes in play, and as I joked, when it comes to choosing your love interest, it's choose your favorite form of rebellion, because that's what it is. Each love story is an act of rebellion. It is defiance in its purest, most desperate form. It is the love interest in MC looking at reality, and the love interest going, no, I'm gonna rewrite the code. We're gonna find a way out of this. Now, the interesting thing, as I said, is Sylus is a bit of a reversal, because it's not Sylus who defies nature, reality, fate, time, any of it. It's MC. MC's the one who looks at nature and reality and goes, no, I'm not playing this game. I curse you, Sylus. I curse your soul. I bind you to me. Death can never have you because you belong to me. Only I can give you the true death. She's the one who defies nature in and of itself and renders him even probably more immortal than he already was. We can have a debate on whether Dragon Sylus is immortal to begin with, or it is MC's curse that grants him the immortality. But yeah, welcome to me overthinking games. That's what I see when I read these chapters with you. That's the kind of themes that I'm seeing with this, and with Xavier, who is, as I said, very tied with time and the progression of time, because he is defying the creation of Traceback 2. The launch of this mission was Xavier looking at time and saying, no, you can't control us. I will find a way around it, and goes back in time to do this. And granted, shenanigan happens because there's always a consequence for defying the rules at play. But always keep in mind that Xavier and time are very closely linked. And sacrifice is closely linked. And the feel of time, because again, he has the longest stretch of life short of Sylus. Now, Sylus cheated because he was in time prison, but Xavier's been out here. And this also goes to say that none of these boys are in their 20s. Like, what is this nonsense? These boys are not. They're like, they're 24. And I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. Not even remotely. Like, Zayne and Sylus are old men. They're in their 30s. Like, they're the old guys. Just like, Jesus, we've been around the block a couple of times. But yes, I have that feeling as well, Kara, about MC. My horrific theory is still that I believe Astra and MC are very much connected, if not the same person. Kind of like how you have Zayne divided between Zayne and his emissary aspect. I feel like MC is divided as well. Like if we get, I don't think we've actually hit the full true origin of any of their stories, like the first life. I don't think we've actually seen that. I think if we ever get to, I think that there is a true origin, a true first life. And once we see that, there's going to be so much revelation. So much revelation. And my question to myself in that first life is, who is the... What was the first sin and transgression, y'all? We know there was another iteration in God of Annihilation because she sees herself on the screen. She knows a version of her died by the time she meets the God of Annihilation version of Zayne. So we know there's already iterations before then. We have iterations in Foreseer. He is just surrounded by Jasmine. We know Jasmine represents her. So I really don't think we've seen the first sin, as it were, for any of the boys and MC. And I think, and that's what I'm watching for. That's what I'm waiting for, is the hints at the first sin. What was the thing that cracked this? Because this all feels like a giant reaction to something that happened first. So there's a part of me that thinks that Astra, the goddess, because you see this in all timelines and all memories, the goddess. I think MC was originally the goddess. And either she left her power, was taken from it, or something happened. But I feel like, and this may sound horrible because fuck Astra. Astra is mean as hell. I almost want to say that Astra is her divine power without her helming it in a way. Like it's just the divine thing holding down the system so the sum total of reality doesn't collapse. But she's not there to keep it in line, so it's doing stuff. But it also might be Astra and Astari, I think it was, that we were looking at. She might be, you know, she might be a competing goddess or something, but there's a connection there. There's a first sin, and I don't know what the first sin is, but I know once we see it, there's going to be a lot of revelation and following that track point. No, Nikki, I don't know if Astra knows the sea god, Nikki. I don't think Astra or Astaria has come into play yet. There are gods. There is discussions of gods in the sea god myth, and that the sea god is one of them. Specifically, the sea god rules the seas and Lemuria. But there are hints of gods on land. But it does seem like any human civilization that is along the coastline is like, dear sea god, please do not drown us. Heart humanity. but I feel like there were some minor discussions about gods in the Sea God, but I don't think Astra and the Sea God know each other. At least it hasn't been intimated as such. There hasn't been anything explicit or implicit that I've seen that puts that forward. So yes, chapter 9. Let us continue this tragedy of a moment. I told you, Xavier just gets angsty. There's no way his story can't. Do you recognize me, Xavier?
Hey. Are you okay?
Don't move. I apply medicine to the wound on his arm, but he abruptly pulls away. I almost drop the bandage. Xavier ignores my command and grabs my shoulders. He gives me a once-over. I'm fine. Don't tell me you're underestimating the power of the Aether Core.
I underestimated you.
Ooh. Daddy Xavier's a little unhappy with his baby.
An Aether Core's power isn't something anyone should mess with. If you use it carelessly, the protofield would have devoured you. What then?
I couldn't just stand there. I can control it. I feel the top one. I couldn't just stand there and watch you get consumed. Saving you took priority.
You didn't answer the question. What will happen then?
His hands grip my shoulders more tightly. I glance at Xavier's pursed lips and pat his tense arm. Xavier, are you mad? I'll admit I was a little reckless, but wouldn't you have done the same thing if you were me? Don't be upset. It won't help you heal and might affect your evol. Oh, he is so worried.
You always have so many reasons, but you never listen to me.
He's worried, and I think also he's scared to death he's gonna watch her die again. I will next time. I poke his face again and again until he reveals a helpless smile. He takes the bandage beside him, quickly wraps it around his arm a couple of times, and then stands up.
The energy fluctuations around us have only temporarily subsided. They could spike again at any moment. And Soren is adding fuel to the fire. We need to get out of here before he makes his next move.
While you were still unconscious, I used my evol to scout the area. This Protoss field does more than just devour power. I can't find its boundaries at all. It's like a space where if you shout, there won't be an echo.
Don't worry.
After getting his bearings, Xavier leads me deeper into the forest.
The protofield's environment was based on my memories, so there might be something that can help us leave.
I've never heard of a wanderer that could invade and read memories before. Or does this wanderer's connection with the Aether Core make it different?
There's also the possibility that Soren made some modifications to it.
After a brief silence, I carefully choose my words before speaking. Soren, he used to be your ally, right?
It was a long, long time ago.
Look at her asking more follow-up questions. I'm so proud of her in this chapter. Look at the character growth, y'all. She's asking questions. The light blade slices through several overgrown branches to clear a path. It dissipates into shimmering specks of light.
He changed his appearance and hid his evil. He needs to hide his secrets and also be in a position to strike me down if needed.
I immediately remember the perilous moments I faced with Xavier. When we first met at the abandoned research base with the Lumnivores and the robots watching us at Azure Square. He sent them?
Maybe.
Xavier holds out a small light as if sensing something. He releases it and lets out a dry laugh.
This forest. It's a trap clearly designed for me. This can only be his doing.
He really seems to know you well, but he also hates you. Recalling the conversation I heard, I hesitate for a second. Did something happen in this forest? Is that why you're afraid of it? Moonlight gently falls, softening Xavier's features into a blur. Then I hear his voice again.
Rather than what's already happened, I'm more afraid of what might come in the future. But right now, you terrify me the most. You used the power of the ether core this time. I'm worried about what you'll do next.
What I've done can't be compared to your actions. Why don't you tell me what you did in the past?
We're here.
Saved by the plot point. Miss, I've heard that theory about how backtrackers might be responsible for blowing up Grandma. I still think it's Ever. I don't think the backtrackers had no idea where she is at that point. If I'm remembering the story correctly. And especially given the reactions in the most recent main story chapters, they didn't know where she is. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean Soren isn't responsible, but especially if Soren with Ever connections. But I do think it was Ever. I think I'm of the mind that when Josephine got sick and had to go to the hospital, it put her on the map, essentially, and she knew it, which is why she was always like, I would like to leave now. I think it brought her into focus, and I think she went back onto Ever's radar, and I think Ever was like, well, there's a loose end we need to fix. I don't think they were expecting Caleb to be there, nor do I think they were expecting MC to be there. I think they were just like, handle Grandma. Clean up the, you know, in the grand tradition of evil entities cleaning up their messes, a fire is really useful, and in this case, a giant damn explosion. Oh, Kara, I love that idea. Character development, y'all. As a sticker or something. Oh, I gotta figure out design for that. That would be fun. But the explosion is an interesting choice. They did get a weapon out of it because they got Caleb out of it. They discovered one of their missing experiments. And Caleb puts himself in the frame and stays there, essentially, once he wakes up. At least how I've interpreted Caleb. But we will definitely go into grander discussion about Caleb and the explosion and Ever and everything next week, because that's all part of Homecoming Wings and unpacking where he's been and all of that shenaniganry. So I will save those discussions for next week. Chapter 10, y'all. Yes, Ty, Homecoming Wings is next week. Following his gaze, I see a massive spaceship hidden behind the towering trees. Unlike the wreckage I saw in No Hunt Zone number 42, this one is more intact with far more sophisticated engineering. Inside are various unfamiliar devices that are set up to form a makeshift command center. It's surrounded by papers lying scattered all over the place.
You really are here.
You're not planning to use this spaceship to take us out of this protofield, right?
It can break through even the most chaotic gravitational energy flux. A protofield might not stand a chance against it. Let's just try it and see.
He flips several switches, one by one. Faint blue lights illuminate.
Traceback 2. Philos 1101 PLS is now online.
Philos. That name sounds familiar.
It's my homeland. A place far away from here.
I silently repeat the name to myself and feel a strange sensation as it resounds in the depths of my heart. I pick up the papers next to him. The messy handwriting and symbols seem like they're from another universe. Backtracker's logbook. Oh gosh darn it. Spatio-temporal coordinate parameters. I did it. You and Soren were both members of the Backtrackers?
Yes.
The image of the spaceship slowly loads into a floating holographic screen. He scans the complex data line by line.
Even though we called it a small group, there were quite a lot of us at one point. But after all this time, only a few of us remain.
Basic spaceship inspection complete. Please enter your password and verify your identity.
Xavier doesn't respond and continues to press certain buttons on the panel. Then he places his hand on one side of the screen.
Your identity has been verified. It's been a long time, Captain.
Now, what I find interesting is he goes out of his way to make sure he doesn't have to actually say his name and anything else. He basically overrides. And I'm like, why would you, he's telling it again, he tells her, he gives her little breadcrumbs, but still holds some back.
Prepare for departure.
Understood. Commencing pre-flight checks.
Aren't you going to ask me more questions? You must have many more questions. I won't hide anything. Just ask.
I do have a lot, like, who were the Backtrackers? Why did you come to this world? And where did the spaceship come from? However, you said everyone has secrets and motives. At the very least, I know you're not my enemy. No! You were doing so well, MC! You were doing so well. You know what? I have to give her grace. She exhausted herself. She did the best she could. She asked some follow-up questions. I'm proud of her. She ran out of steam. Okay, you can ask any question you want in the chat. I will do my best to answer. That's all the assurance I need. Besides, now's not the best time for the long stories. Also fair, I'll give her that. But let me say this first. This doesn't mean I won't ask more questions later. Good girl. Once we're out of this mess, you're going to tell me everything, slowly and in great detail.
I'm okay with that.
Satisfied, I nod. When I step back, my hand accidentally flips a switch. Oh God, I forgot!
Oh, celestial body of mine, slumbering adrift in darkness.
This voice, Xavier?
Which never heeds the whispers of life.
Xavier, that's you, isn't it? A pair of hands cover my ears before the words can finish.
It's not me.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not me. That's not me at all. Really?
No.
You heard nothing. You know nothing. Then why can't I listen to it? Seeing his ears turn red, I can't help but chuckle. I pat the arm resting across my face. All right, it's someone else. Or maybe the spaceship misses its captain so much that it's imitating your voice for fun.
Yes, I agree. It's something like that.
We now know, yes, Charter, we now know one of his degrees was in creative writing and poetry. During the brief silence, Xavier releases me and quickly shuts off the recording. I'm about to tease him again when an alarm makes us tense.
Protocore energy is low. Unable to start. Please refill the protocore energy cells to ensure a successful journey.
While the red warning lights flash, a sharp pang shoots through my chest. Xavier, the protofield is acting up again.
I know.
There's no doubt that Soren is manipulating the Wanderers hidden within the protofield. He's trying to trap us again.
Prepare for launch.
It's recommended to refill the protocore energy cells before takeoff. Do you still want to proceed with the launch?
Yes.
Understood. Initiating countdown.
Don't worry.
Before I can object, Xavier pushes me into a seat in the cockpit.
Protocore energy isn't the only thing that can fuel this spaceship. Although it can't support long voyages, escaping this protofield should be no problem.
After pressing a few buttons on the control panel, he takes something from the cabin wall and fastens it to its wrist. He sits down in the cockpit and takes my hand. He presses it against his chest, and a sense of foreboding washes over me.
I need you.
You're going to use your evol as fuel? No. I try to pull my hand away, but he tightly holds onto it. Sorry, one sec. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, that hurt. Excuse me. Quick, hibration break, everybody. Oh, my nose. Oh. Oh, my nose. Okay. So we're using his evol to fuel the Traceback 2, which those of you who have read the most recent chapters in the story, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's really bad. That makes it so much worse. So this is one of those moments. This is one of those little seeds. Like, put a pin in it. It's going to come into play in the later chapters. Also, remember that about his suppression collar on him, hidden underneath that wonderful tie. And I would absolutely be losing my mind right now if this were me. Like, I'm sorry, you're going to do what? No. You just lectured me about being reckless and what is going to happen next. And you're like, hey, boo, we're going to strap in. I'm going to put this on my wrist. I'm going to bleed my evol, and we're going to just make this work. Everything's totally fine. Do as I say, not as I do. Like, no, Xavier, baby, I love you. I truly do. Like, you're my wonderful little prince, and you're my sleepy little, not koala, because koalas have issues, but you're my bunny. You're my cute little bunny, and I need you to stop doing things that are just like gonna hurt you. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. We can use the Aether Core. We could use some stuff. We don't have to bleed your evol to save the day, is all I'm saying. We can legitimately just not do things that hurt us to protect other people. There's a different way back, is all I'm saying. But Xaviekins is gonna Xaviekins. What can we say? I try to pull my hand away, but he tightly holds onto it. Don't even think about it. The protofield already drained your energy. That's also an important thing. You're not allowed to use your evol right now. Sorry, getting another drink. It's very obvious that fueling this spaceship will be too much for him.
It's not a big deal. Using evol as emergency fuel is actually one of this spaceship's unique features. In the past, evol came to our rescue during several crises. It enabled us to make safe emergency landings. Besides, I've got you here with me. You're aware of the changes an ether core can bring. With your current strength, you can resonate and enhance my evol, right? Only you have the power to help us safely leave the protofield.
Only you can prevent forest fires, says Smokey the Bear.
Trust me.
He cups my cheek with his other hand. With a soft voice, he makes a promise to me.
Your power will keep me safe.
Counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7.
My heartbeat races, whether it's because of our current circumstances or the intensifying energy fluctuations. The pain in my chest grows sharper. Amid the blaring alarms, the spaceship begins its final countdown. The flickering lights spiral into chaos. Xavier looks at me, his expression as calm as it always is. He's waiting for me to respond. All right, let all your power flow through me. I'll keep you safe. I promise.
I know.
Damn it, Xaviekins. Violent tremors and a sense of weightlessness engulf us. After countless voyages through the boundaries of space, the spaceship plunges into the unknown once more. Chaotic energy crashes into the spaceship. The air currents instantly tear apart the scenery outside the porthole. I hear a high-pitched whistle. As chaos envelops my vision, only one warm force stays tightly connected with me. It flows steadily from my hand and gradually covers the world in a dazzling light. It overwhelms my senses. But then, weird, it feels like something is suppressing Xavier's evol, preventing a complete resonance.
Keep going.
Xavier tightly presses my hand against his chest. Even in the blinding light, his gaze stays calm and gentle. I grit my teeth and forge that power into a sharp blade. Slowly but surely, it cuts through the invisible barrier along with the spaceship. Space itself is ripped open, which creates tremendous energy fluctuations and tremors. In the distance, a massive shadow looms.
At last, we forced it to show its true form. Get ready. It's time to deal the finishing blow.
which we imagined that Mama did an amazing battle, and we won. Chapter 12. A deafening roar fills my mind and strips away my senses. Suddenly, it's as if a rift splits the space. It ushers us into a burst of gentle light and fresh air. After several long seconds, the discomfort fades. I slowly open my eyes. Everything comes into focus, and there it is, the RMFMA, standing serenely just a couple of meters away. We're back in the research center. My senses return to my body. I scramble to my feet and frantically search for Xavier.
You're struggling to find me, huh?
A familiar voice calls out from behind. I turn and see Xavier leaning against a nearby wall. A bright red light at his neck flickers a few times before settling down under my worried gaze. That light is flashing, and you still want to crack a joke?
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
He opens his palm and hands me the Aether Core fragment. It glows a soft green.
For its sake, sit with me for a bit.
Unable to resist Xavier's expectant eyes, I approach him and sit down.
I already sent the collected data and our coordinates back to HQ. The police will also be involved. They'll be here within 15 minutes.
We don't have much time. We need to... I'm about to get up, but he grabs my arm.
Let's make the most out of these uninterrupted 15 minutes.
I feel a cool touch at my ear after Xavier pulls out a pair of wireless earbuds.
There's just enough time for one song. Then we'll be in a hurry again.
Who invites a girl to listen to music with a wireless earbud? You should have offered me wired earbuds. That way, we'd be close enough that we couldn't drift apart.
I'm too tired to drift into a place that's far away from you. And I wouldn't, even if I could.
Outside the skylight, another morning dawns. Seriously, Nikki? As Xavier expected, updating the intel and what happened on campus is as tough as tracking down the Wanderer. After leaving Prestera University, Xavier unsurprisingly retreats to his bedroom. Meanwhile, I return to the association with the Aether Core fragment because I'm a workaholic who doesn't have any work-life balance and really needs to work on taking a damn break. Sorry. Wow, that was Tourette's. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. That's not okay. My apologies. That was a bad joke. After leaving... After a brief mission report, Captain Jenna warns me about our recklessness, but also commends us for successfully completing the mission. With the order to return home and rest, I time my visit to line up with Xavier's recharging period. I bring my supplies to the 6th floor. After several rings, Xavier finally opens the door, his hair all tousled.
You're finally back.
You look like you just woke up. Why are you speaking as if you've been waiting for a while?
Well, you just saw me. How can you tell I haven't been waiting long?
Oh, I absolutely believe Captain Jenna spends a lot of her time with MC and Xavier coming back from missions going, "Great job, don't do something that's stupid again." And they're like, "Okay, Mom," and then do it again. He effortlessly reaches behind him and takes the plastic bag. Poor Captain
It felt
Jenna.
like forever.
I slip on my slippers and head to the living room. Xavier's already intently unpacking the bag full of food next to the coffee table. He pulls out 2 food boxes from the plastic bag and removes their packaging.
Is this from that store downstairs at the association? You went back there?
You needed to recharge, so someone had to return that aether core fragment, right?
Right. Thanks, partner.
Oh, Captain Jenna wanted me to relay a message to you.
What is it?
With mashed potatoes still in his mouth, Xavier looks up while the spoon is held between his lips. It's a warning. She said, if you deliberately put her team member in danger again, she won't let you off the hook. Oh, absolutely. Captain Jenna is giving off McGonagall vibes from Harry Potter with, why is it whenever something happens, it's always you two? Oh, Jenna knows, Loxy. Jenna absolutely knows about this romance, and I firmly believe she ships it. She would just like the 2 of them to stop being reckless idiots.
Got it. I'll remind her about settling the other 5 verbal warnings she gave me.
In that brief silence, Xavier lowers his gaze and eats his mashed potatoes, 1 spoonful at a time.
Did Prestara University say anything?
Surveillance and witness protection are ongoing, but we still haven't found Soren.
If we haven't found him by now, chances are we never will.
He casually talks about it, but his words carry a mixture of indiscernible emotions. I decided not to dwell on it. You don't know where he's gone either.
Nope.
As I reflect upon everything, the vague, tangled clues pile up and cast a large shadow behind the clear image of Soren. Getting out of this precarious situation unscathed isn't something he could accomplish on his own. Only a few groups could pull that off. Who's supporting him? After finishing a box of mashed potatoes, Xavier retrieves a stack of documents and a sealed bag from under the coffee table. Inside the sealed bag is a tiny button-sized device. I can't help but pick it up. What is this?
Ulysses found it at the research center. He urgently sent it over. Initial tests show it has a radio frequency chip that can resonate with metaflux fluctuations.
So this little thing is the culprit behind the RMFMA's malfunction and even the tools Soren used to lure in the Wanderer.
Yes.
The room falls silent again. I follow the train of my thoughts and speak up. Can you also use that device to recreate a plane of existence and overlap it with reality? You mentioned earlier that this is something only your people know about.
That's right. But you know I don't like illusion stuff.
Xavier calmly says. I nod and put the sealed bag back on the table. Who can help him make that? Xavier doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he pushes the stack of documents towards me.
Here's the latest analysis and theories based on what we know. It includes a list of groups with similar tech. Go through it, and you'll come to your own conclusions.
As always, Xavier doesn't explain. It's as if he's already at the finish line with the answers. He's quietly waiting to see if I'll join him or choose a different path. However, I'm not content with following his lead this time. I place my hand over his and stop the documents he's pushing toward me in their tracks. I'll read these later. Xavier, I'd rather trust what you have to say right now. After a brief pause, Xavier purses his lips and finally meets my intense gaze.
It's Ever.
Ever. Some of the backtrackers are also involved. They know everything you know, and they've had their eyes on you for some time, right?
Yes.
That makes them our common enemy, then. Outside, the leaves rustle as the wind slips in through the gap in the window. The curtains flutter. My shadow merges with Xavier's, and it feels like the impenetrable door in his heart has opened, slightly. This time, we're finally standing on the same side. And there we have it! Xavier's full arc. And now, we must return and finish out Prologue of Tomorrow. Onward again we go. After several Aether Core fragments were retrieved, Special Operations shifted its focus onto Ever. Their involvement in every recent Aether Core incident was far too frequent to be mere coincidence. This business conglomerate, which started in the biotech industry, isn't as clean as it appears at first glance.
Our positions aside, Ever's technological advancements are pretty impressive.
Simone sits next to me, slipping some, slipping some ice cream into her mouth as she jabs the computer screen in front of me. At this moment, Ever's biannual product launch is about to be broadcast worldwide.
They can achieve things proficiently with machines, when people with Evol couldn't.
Machines?
Andrew's voice came from behind a row of translucent displays.
Based on what I can tell, it's not possible for them to make consecutive technological breakthroughs in such a short period of time. Not through normal means, at least.
The frequency in ways Wanderers have been appearing these past few months continue to steadily increase.
During the broadcast, the spokesperson holds up a device that's about the size of a bottle cap.
We'd like to introduce to you our newly designed portable flux stabilizer.
Well, isn't that interesting, y'all? Ever went and made technology that can summon a wanderer when it feels like it, and increase the amount of wanderer activities, all before a product launch for a stabilizer to help you stay safe from the wanderers that are attacking. What an interesting marketing strategy that is. I'll be over here.
It can regulate the frequency of surrounding metaflux fluctuations, thereby stabilizing the protofield and reducing the likelihood of wanderer materialization.
The audience erupts in thunderous applause. Meanwhile, away from the screen, I exchange knowing glances with my team members. Boop. Sounds like it operates the same principles as the devices that attract wanderers, but it has the opposite effect. Ever made this gadget and we're supposed to believe it's for the greater good? As if. They aren't doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. Simone frowns at the screen.
This is nothing but a blatant provocation. We barely had time to suspect something was off before they brought out this product launch.
Yeah, they're being brazen about it too. It's like they're daring us to keep investigating with what we know so far.
That's unlikely to happen.
As soon as Simone and I hear Captain Jenna's voice coming from the entrance, we stand up behind the screens. Andrew nods at Jenna. Captain?
Captain.
The fact that they're hosting a high-profile product launch means they've already covered their tracks. They wouldn't take this risk if there were a possibility of us finding incriminating evidence.
Jenna walks over to the command desk and places a thick folder on it. The three of us gather around her.
The analysis report for the previous fragments has just come out. Let's take a look.
She taps the command desk twice, and a regular spherical structure appears before us.
They're from the same ether core. Based on its characteristics, we're officially naming it Spatium Core.
Another thing to put a pin in. The Spatium Core. We'll see that again. A Spatium Core that can manipulate space. I know of at least 3 different Aether Cores now. As more Aether Cores appear, it's only a matter of time before the public becomes aware of this extraordinary energy source. I believe that's a throwaway line to the Aether Core she possesses, the Aether Core Sylus possesses, and this Aether Core. I think that's my interpretation of that line when she says she knows of three Aether Cores. Hey, Laquan! Welcome!
It's just that the fragments of the Spatium Core are held together by some kind of gravitational pull.
She points to the center of several fragments.
Right here. One fragment is missing.
Well, good news, Laquan. This is not the Elucio request live stream, so you don't have to worry about anybody in the class looking over and seeing men with leather on. This is very intellectual. Jenna leans forward, looking at us again.
Special Operations' next objective is clear. We must recover this crucial ether core fragment before further complications arise.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Oh, right. There's something you need to know.
With quick reflexes, Simone intercepts Andrew, distracting him under the pretense of exploring new avenues for weapon enhancement with the recently collected data. No ends. When only we remain in the meeting room, Jenna pauses before activating her watch.
There's more. I couldn't talk about it during the meeting, but it's something you need to know.
A message is transmitted to my watch at her gesture. The words, "Ever Secret Investigation Report," float in front of me.
A line in there involves what happened at your house that day. Anyway, I've sent it to your hunter's watch. You can read it when you're home.
Understood. Thick clouds swallow up the remaining patches of sky. It's dark now, and the wind sweeps away the last remnants of the sunset. All that remains is a bleak white. The weather forecast said there will be heavy rain. At some point, the streets have become quiet. It's as if people sensed the approaching storm and are now hiding. I see lightning in the distance as it flashes under a cloud. Thunder roars closer again. I should go home. As I'm about to move, a sound presses against my heart like a string, sending a shiver down my spine. Again? My heart responds to that eye. The world around me fades, The call I hear becomes clearer. It's behind that. Somewhere in the distance lies the power of Aether Core. That eye is back. The eye is back. I'd love to hear your theories on what you think that eye is. Because it is the unspoken character of this story. And I love how it weaves in and out of the narrative. But that, everybody, is the end of Prologue to Tomorrow. We have learned a lot. Holy crap. As I said, so we've got, Lord, we've got so much that we've learned in these 3 arcs with Zayne, Xavier, and Rafayel. We've got MC with her character growth asking follow-up questions. I'm so proud of her. But we always start and end with that eye. And it's really interesting. Like, they keep you front and center with Ever. And then that eye just kind of subtly comes in, subtly comes out, like Xavier's suppression collar. They seed it into the story. They don't over-explain it. They don't do any exposition or lore dump. They just have that eye pop at really interesting points in the story and revelations. You think it's Astra, Miz? I think, yeah, it's something. It's the question I have is this energy that she's sensing through that eye in the tunnel or on the other side of the tunnel? That's the part I can't quite place. Is if are we sensing something within the tunnel itself? Are we sensing something on the other side of the tunnel, reaching through the tunnel to pull us through? Oh, there's going to be an ad break, y'all, in 2 seconds. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Because the location to me has different implications about the deep space tunnel. We haven't on this stream talked about the deep space tunnel and what it represents symbolically, how it's working with the narrative, what it's building towards. But the deep space tunnel is very much a main character of this story. It's not an overt main character. It's not one that's constantly there in the story. It comes in, it comes out, but it's very, very critical to the narrative. And however this story is going to unravel involves that deep space tunnel. It involves that eye, and it involves whoever is in the tunnel or on the other side of the tunnel. I also find it interesting that Infold has chosen to represent the tunnel or that energy as an eye. And watching, and that constant presence of being watched, being perceived, unable to hide from it. It always sees you, whether you're inside, outside, wherever you are, that eye is watching you and can see you. Which is a very primal fear, actually. A very contradictory fear. Because I think humans exist in this space where we both wish to be fully perceived by people for who we are, our hopes, our dreams, and all that, but also we fear that level of perception. We fear the judgment of that level of perception, of someone being able to see all of us in our entirety. Hence why we tend to mask with people. Now, neurodivergents do this a lot more frequently and a lot more intensely, but neurotypicals have a masking as well. They have their public face and their private face. But we kind of hide ourselves. So this looming oppressive presence that is designed around the concept of sight and perception is really interesting. The sight that sees through everything, the sight that can see through lies, and also the idea of knowing past, present, and future, the all-seeing eye. There's so much mythos, so much folklore globally around eyes and sight and the power of the gaze. You know, off the top of my head, as I said, we've got the eye of the all-seeing eye, the eye of Ra. Medusa's entire story is centered around, well, the most recent iteration of Medusa, as well as her origins as a Gorgon with sisters, is around the concept of sight and gaze and who has control of the gaze. And then you see the third eye being brought into with Buddhism and Hinduism and things of that nature, where we get into Reiki and energy transference. Humanity has a lot of feelings about eyes, needless to say. But yes, so it does. It feels like a vision. You can almost argue is it a hallucination that she's seeing? Is anyone else but MC seeing this eye? Is an excellent question. Yes, Laquan, masking is such a human thing to do. As I said, for neurodivergent people like myself and others that I'm certain are watching this right now, masking is a whole thing. It's a lifestyle, a very stressful lifestyle. But I do agree that everybody masks to a degree. Neurotypicals mask to a degree. Some masking is even built in culturally. You'll find in Asian cultures, at least from my experience in my time in Japan, that you do have this concept of your public persona and your private persona, your public face and your private face. And that's not necessarily solely to Japan. You'll see that in other Asian cultures, you'll see that in European cultures. And so we all hide parts of ourselves, especially the parts that we think no one else can see, no one else should be able to see because we're embarrassed of them, or we think that they're odd, or we think that they won't be welcomed or understood. Yes, Charter, very Jungian. So I do ask the question on whether MC is the only one who sees that eye. And if she is the only one who sees that eye... Oh, I'm sorry, Kara. Yeah, could you post your question again? I think I completely missed it. I am so sorry. Just put your question in the chat again. I'm so sorry. I got caught up. Yes, I mean, yeah, we also have those kinds of phrases. Window of the soul. Eyes are the window to the soul. Your face can hide what your eyes cannot. Eyes can be very telling, especially in regards to emotions and things. The level of micro expressions, actually, that involve your eyes, the amount of muscles around your eyes and your eyebrows and what they communicate. Frost, I love your optimism. And wanting to see the eye as sweet. All right. Kara, of all the guys, who would be the worst to anger? When I mean angry, I mean someone basically put MC in the hospital. Oh, that's a really interesting question on who would be. I mean, they'd all be dangerous. You touch MC and all 5 boys are going to rip your throat out. But I think there's a level of viciousness to Caleb and Sylus. Their anger would manifest very differently. And they all, I mean, there would be no joke, but I think there is a certain primal energy, a certain viciousness that is ascribed to Caleb and Sylus specifically in their characterization. Like, I feel Zayne would just kill you. Like, there is no torture involved in that. Zayne would just kill you. You're done. Lights out. Like, that's it. I feel similar about Xavier and Rafayel. They don't play with their food. That's not how their characters come across. Even angry, I don't think they're into prolonging death and making it hurt like that. I think it would be an eradication. I think that Xavier and Rafayel would and Zayne would just very much be like, and you're done now. But Sylus and Caleb, they'd make it hurt. They're merciless, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Raph and Xavier aren't merciless. There would be no hesitation with them, with any of them. But I think Sylus and Caleb would drag it out, is what I'm saying. I absolutely think Sylus and Caleb would make you have to stick around for a while before they finally release you into the sweet embrace of death, especially Caleb. Oh, especially Caleb. If you put MC in the hospital, if you killed MC, oh, he would. Yes, Nikki. Sylus would enjoy it. Caleb would make you beg for it. They would. It's those two are character-wise in a darker space, and they're meant to. They're meant to. The boys are kind of spread out on this. How should I say? On this spectrum of morality. I hate to use the word morality. But if you think in my mind, I would have in my spectrum of ethics, morality, or D&D as it would be. I've got Xavier over here very much in the lawful, and in the good side. It's light to dark. Like, Caleb to me is very much like, this isn't, excuse me, I have the hiccups. This isn't like, Xavier is light and Sylus is shadow, so they're on opposite ends. If I were to go from like light to darkest in my head, it's very much like Xavier, Rafayel, Zayne is your true neutral, and then Sylus, and then Caleb. Like, if I had to order them, like, it's the morality starts to slip a little bit the further you go down the line. The spectrum of yandere, the yandere. There it is, the spectrum of yandere. They would all seek revenge. They would all be scary as shit. But you wouldn't see Raph coming. Like, Xavier would face you. You would see Xavier's face before you died. You would not see Raphael's. You would not see Rafayel coming, but you would hear his voice. You would absolutely hear his voice before you died. Now, whether that was him talking to you or he sung you a deathly lullaby and then your head exploded in public, either way, his voice would be the last thing you hear, but you would never see Raphael's face. Is my personal opinion on this. Yes, Kara. I like, as I said, it's Sylus and Caleb would drag it out. And Sylus would absolutely destroy everything about you. Everything you love, everything you cherish, everything you protected. He would work his way down the list. He would destroy them emotionally, spiritually, ecumenically, economically, socially. Like, he would leave nothing left of you. And then when you're on the floor begging for the salvation of death, he would then maybe kill you, but it wouldn't be quick. Like, he'd make it hurt all the way to the end, but he would wipe everything out very, very methodically, to where you'd have no hearth, no home, no friends, nothing. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Like a cornered animal. No burrow. And then he'd spend time breaking you physically and mentally. And then when you're just a gibbering mess, put you out. And Caleb, I think, would be also in a very similar vein. But I think Caleb would be a little bit more twisted, in that I think I could see Caleb working situations and manipulating situations where he makes that person destroy their own life to a degree through their decisions. Like, Caleb would make it operatic. Like, Caleb is born out of that Renaissance revenge tragedy kind of vine. Like, he would make it art. He would make it operatic and very theatrical. It would be vicious. It would absolutely be vicious. And I don't even know if Caleb would actually give you the sweet release of death. I think he'd keep you alive. Because once you're dead, the pain's over. And Caleb's like, no, if I have to live this life without MC, you don't get to die. I'm not going to give you the grace that I don't get to have. I think the person would be left severely broken and alive. Oh, Nikki, you missed the Sailor Moon discussion in the YouTube chat. Yes, he could also he could also unalive himself to go see MC. That could be an option for Caleb. But I also think he might stick around just to make it hurt that much more. Like, Caleb would be unhinged. Caleb would absolutely be unhinged in his vengeance. But yes. Oh, so we've got things seeded. We've got the backtrackers seeded. We've got Ever and the Fountain of Atai. Those breadcrumbs are being laid. Ever, this prologue to tomorrow is very much the let's talk about Ever, y'all. That's what this is. It's choose your own adventure with Xavier and Rafayel and Zayne, but it's very much about laying the groundwork, and all the things that we just watched over these past 3 weeks, all of it is going to come into play once we hit into Prologue into tomorrow and Death and Rebirth. Like, they seeded this beautifully, absolutely beautifully. So, as you can see, starting next week, we're going to go into Homecoming Wings. I think that I'll be able to do both chapters next week, like we did with Sylus's long-awaited revelry. We were able to get through both chapters. So, my current calendar is that next week will be Homecoming Wings, so it'll be all about Caleb, his return. We're going to talk about Ever. We're going to talk about the ramifications of all of this. And then the week after next, we'll get into Death and Rebirth. And I'm going to split this into 2, I think. We'll see how long the chapters are. But at the moment, my current plan would be 1 stream for Absurdity and for Absurdity and all from Deepspace, and then another stream for Cosmic Spec and Snow Fades at Dawn. These are very heavy chapters, so they might end up being a stream each. I'm not certain yet. I want to give each chapter their due, because once we hit Death and Rebirth and 2 are yesterday, we're getting into heavy lore, heavy story. So we will see how many streams it takes to get through Death and Rebirth and to Our Yesteryear. But ideally, Homecoming Wings I will keep all together in one stream for us. And then from there, once we get through the main story and to the other side of To Our Yesterday, either new main story will drop, which will be great, and we'll be ready for that, or I will shift over, as I said, to the individual boys, and we will be going through bond memories, we'll be going through their myths, we will read anecdotes, we will read the world underneath. We are gonna mine this game for all the story, all the world building, all the character analysis, all the little breadcrumbs and clues Infold has given us onto where things could be going, what plot threads are still in play, what has been resolved, and we will continue severely overthinking this game, is what I do. And we'll go from there. We will also play each of the memories together. So we will be going through the 5-star memories for the boys. And I'm gonna mix it up. So don't worry, it's not like we're gonna sit down and go, all right, we're gonna do all of Xavier for the next how many months. I will be mixing up the boys. So we will have Xavier focused streams like today. We'll have Rafayel focused streams, Zayne focused streams, and Sylus and Caleb. Everybody gets there to be front and center in here because I am a harem girly and I love my boys, and that's how we roll. I am thinking about when and if they drop Caleb's third myth. I might play that on stream with y'all together, and we can do a first reaction together. Yeah, I want to give the chapters time to breathe, Charter, so I most likely will be splitting things up. Not for Homecoming Wings, but for Death and Rebirth and To Our Yesterday. I have a feeling each of those chapters is gonna be a stream unto themselves. So, yeah, so everybody, and I also want to give, because I know not everybody's a harem girly like me, so don't worry, I want to make sure that all my mains get to have their moment in the sun with their boys. So, yeah, but with Caleb and his third myth, I'm thinking of doing a first reaction with y'all. Let me know what you think about that. If you'd be interested in playing through the memory with me. For the first time. Coming up this week, Nikki is doing a kitty cards chill relax stream tomorrow. Nikki, remind me of the time. I'm so sorry. My brain is frying a little bit. I'm going to wait for Nikki to put that information. Yes, kitty cards, crane games, and cozy convos. And that'll be at 8 p.m. Pacific. So that'll be 8, 9, 10, 11 p.m. Eastern for Nikki, and that'll be tomorrow on Wednesday. And then our new podcast episode will drop on Thursday, as always. And then Nikki will also be doing a battle stream at her new Saturday stream time. So if you are a battle girly who wants protocors and senior hunt contests and Deepspace trials and how the hell all these companions work, that is your stream, that is your time. As a reminder, we also have, Nikki has several battle guides on the Love and Chick Space channel. So please be sure to check that out. She's really good at battle and really knowledgeable about these things. So will definitely be able to help you on Saturday. That battle stream will be at 8 p.m. Pacific. And if you got any specific companions or protocors that you have questions about, she will absolutely run those for you on Saturday and show you how they work and how best to work the various battle companions. For those of you who also join me for my horror shenanigans, as always, we will be streaming again on Thursday, and I don't know where we are in Bendy and the Ink Machine. I don't know if we're at the end or near or far or wherever we are, but Titanic is happening. But Thursday will be Bendy and the Ink Machine. Either we finish the game or we continue on. Who the heck knows? But we gotta save Boris! We have to save Boris! Boris has been going through! I have no idea what's going on! But we have to save Boris! Bendy took my dog, and I am not happy about it. So yeah, if you want to join a horror newbie who is learning stuff and doing stuff, then Thursday is Bendy and the Ink Machine, and that will be from 6 p.m. Pacific, so 9 p.m. Eastern. And then on Saturday, y'all, Midnight Masochism, we are gonna start Resident Evil Requiem, my first Resident Evil. I'm gonna scream and cry and be scared out of my mind. But we're gonna start the Requiem playthrough Saturday, 10 p.m. I'm half tempted to actually start at 9 to give us a bit more space, but we'll start at 10 o'clock. We'll see how the initial stream goes, and then I may adjust that time. So definitely let me know your feedback on that. But we will, as I said, we'll be doing Resident Evil Saturday, 10 p.m. So there's a lot of streams for everybody, a lot of content. Make sure you are following me here on Twitch, or you're following Nikki on Twitch. Nikki, if you want to drop your Twitch link in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat so people can make sure to follow you for your battle stuff. But yeah, so like, subscribe, follow, all that weird, shilly, shameless, pluggy stuff. Also, if you would like, as we mentioned on the past stream, at the beginning of the stream, we have, Nikki and I created a new merch set. Be sure to check out our new merch at our Redbubble store. Get your favorite LI at the innuendo joke. There is a lot more there as well. These are just the newest designs for what we call our state park set. So you can feel the pull at Zia Memorial Bench at the Lost Mystery Spot. You can get wet at Key Bay Whale Watching with Lemuria Marine Sanctuary. You can visit Mount Eternal and climb to that peak on the Lee Hiking Trail at the Arctic National Park. And Shen Ururu Lookout will have you seeing stars at the Starfall Observatory. There's a shadow on that mountain for the Che Hiking Trail at the Onakaina State Park. And don't forget Dr. Noah's Arctic Fox Refuge for pie. So you can get these on shirts, on mugs, or whatever you like. As I said, there's other stuff at the merch store as well. But we had way too much fun designing these in Canva. And I know some of you have already ordered some things, and I can't wait for you to get them. It's going to be so good. But yeah, so as always, thank you so much for just joining and hanging out. Whether you chatted or didn't, everyone's welcome here. The chatty ones, the lurking ones. I'm just really happy you're here to hang out with me as I overthink a lot of story. And I hope to see you guys on the other streams. If not, I will see you next week for Homecoming Wings. And for those of you who also are reading my fan fiction, the final and last chapter for Protective Custody, which is my Sylus and MC story, will be posted this Sunday at noon Pacific. It is our final interlude, and I can't wait for you all to find out who that final interlude's POV is. The reactions should be fun. So yeah, as always, thank you for joining me. thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the follows and the subscribes and your time and your comments. And yeah, I'm Mama Void, and I will see you next time.